What was Baltimore's line?
10.
And we took Baltimore minus 10?
Yeah, that doesn't seem right.
No, so Cincy there.
Oh, yeah, it is. Oh, yeah, wrong. I'm an idiot. I'm like, I didn't even believe it myself, but I'm like, oh.
We're on now.
Oh, are we?
Looks like
Hello,
it.
all.
Mic check 1 2. What's going on, guys? How's everybody
Microphone
doing
check.
tonight?
Let me get synced up here.
James Little said crazy week. Roderick Williams, y'all on Seattle or 49ers? We're on Seattle. It's either +3 or +3.5.
3.5, yeah, depending.
Dylan, we changed your Bears pick. He asked about the Vikings pick too. I thought you'd be only down 3 from Fat Guy, but apparently I'm behind 4.
We didn't. I only got a. You got the Seahawks. I only got an email for the Seahawks, Dylan. So you're screwed on the other ones, pal.
Big Dick Donnie, Seattle +3.
Oh, Big Dick Donnie, I remember him. He, I think he followed us on the playoffs that one year, and we did very well in those playoffs. It was 11-1 year. It was 2 years ago. It wasn't not bad.
It was terrific.
Terrific. Nice. Everyone jumped on quickly. I'm into this. Let me flip the game on real quick here.
Fat Guy, did you change Dylan's Seattle pick?
Yes, I did. I emailed you back, pal. Jeez. Check your email. Check your phone.
There you are, Dylan. Seattle +3. Dylan's in the lead.
He's leading?
He's tied for first with 8 other people.
Yeah. I didn't know. I thought he had a... Who does Tuple have? I'll look for you. Dylan, I'll do this. Dylan, think of all the work we do for you. This leaderboard was your idea.
Tuple has Seattle. What's going on, Mickey Hill?
Is Dylan going to catch us?
No. Well, he might catch for you.
What? Oh, my God. That was obscene, Big Rye. Hello, Mickey Hill. Good week, boys. At number 12 right now. Woot woot. You got to... Oh, you're in 12th. Okay, that's great.
Oh, my goodness.
No, but I'm ahead of Mickey. No, he isn't. Is he?
Yeah.
Oh, my God. Please tell me Mickey at San Francisco so there's at least a chance. I got to look. This is insane. Oh, my God. He's so happy about it, too. I know he is. Who's Mickey?
We got to find out who Mickey's...
Mickey has Seattle. Mickey can't catch him. Oh! Wow.
Well, it's kickoff. If Mickey wants to change his mind, he can.
Mickey, do you want to we allowed Dylan to change? Mickey, do you want to change to San Francisco? We can make a game out of this at least.
Typical Dylan Toddfield coming from behind.
Yeah, absolutely.
He said, hell yeah.
Hell yeah. All right. I'm going to make the switch myself. There you go. I liked his name too, Fading Bobby Fischer. That's not bad. It has been switched. All right. All right, Mickey. At least you can push Dylan. I don't know. Yeah. I'm rooting for Dylan to win the shirt, though. I got to be honest.
It's going to be tough for him to win.
So why not? Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we gotta at least give you a chance. Dylan flipped his pick, so why can't you?
What's going on, Jeff?
I know the hot tub, Jeff Roblo. They couldn't even win that.
Mickey said, I've been wrong about everything else today, so why not? Make sure to show him that photo so that's
All right, so Dylan sent us one of the most obscene photographs we've seen in some time.
I'll pull it up.
I don't know how we're going to shoehorn this in here. Yeah, I guess, just live broadcast. You get a private viewing, everybody. It's one of these things where you love the internet, or hate it. It's a little, brace your eyes, guys.
If you have kids in the room, definitely take
Countdown. 5, 4.
Just a sec.
3. Hold on, he's downloading it. 2, 1, 0. That was the photo in our inbox. All right, get it off now. That's enough. That's enough for everybody.
Whew.
It feels a little hot in here,
It is hot in
here, eh? That was fun. Hey, kudos to Mickey Hill for hey, he lost. He had to order Domino's in Florida. I'm crying, LOL. Working at it, eh, Dylan? What the hell was that? Working out, eh, Dylan? Oh, geez. Mickey, that was how Dylan chose to enjoy the pizza you sent him. I know it's a little... Jeez.
I never play with my mom's toys.
Holy Big Rye. Holy, I almost said your name. Holy. Oh.
Might as well kill 2 birds with 1 stone. What's going on, Jameson? How you doing tonight?
Hey, Jameson Griffith, a good name.
Is this a 5:20 kickoff?
Yeah, I think so. Right on for the last regular season broadcast. Nice that we got 15 already, 14, whatever it is. I figured we'd lose a lot more after that photo, but we like gambling in this room, so. You putting a late bet in, Big Rye?
I'm thinking about it.
3.5, man.
Yeah.
You taking 3.5?
Yeah. It's just too many points.
Yeah, I think so too.
Oh,
Good.
this...
You get locked out?
I think I just missed it. Oh, no. I got it last second.
When will your guys' next video be? I don't know. I don't know if we're going to do it tonight or tomorrow. I can't say specifically, so we're going to take a better look at it tonight. It's going to be a bit tougher. We want to have the information we want, and we're going to do a playoff matrix video as well. We have kind of like a playoff simulator. Pretty good, Donnie. Pretty good. It's been a good year in general, eh? Well, we got to do a video for the playoffs, Dylan, and we're going to do a Super Bowl prediction video, I'm sure. So, but our predictions for Super Bowl are a little bit anticlimactic because we just bet on value. Like, we don't actually think the team we're going to bet on wins, if that makes any sense. No, I did watch it though, Glock. I was at the casino and it was awesome. It was one of the better games I've seen. I have some questions about. I was going to ask Mickey Hill some questions about the Clemson OSU if he happened to see it.
Glock, I bet OSU plus 2.5 and the under. So the under hit, the plus 2.5 lost last second there when Clemson scored. Dylan, I feel you, Mickey. I had 2 weeks. I got 2 or 3 wins. That's why I'm looking forward to next season. Glock had Clemson -2. Nice. That's a good win. And bought a Chiefs future plus 800.
Oh,
Friday
Mickey,
night.
you got serious value, buddy. Because they took the 2 seed. Now they got a home field bye.
That's big.
52.4. Yes, Dylan. If you bet every game for the same amount of money. Yep. Jameson Griffith, I won a small parlay for $110. Had Jets, Dolphins, Falcons, Pick'em, Jags. Not bad. So you probably only bet like $5, Jameson. So that's a nice. Hey, Dylan. Dylan Clark, we gotta give DTF some credit here.
52.38 is break even, Dylan. So you would, if you're at 52.4,
if you were betting $100 a game, you probably would have been up like
$1.
Maybe a little bit more, maybe $150.
Yeah, not even.
Yeah.
Just depends what where you're what juice you're giving up. Depends where you're betting.
We're on the Hawks. All right, that was a great comeback. So, Mickey, I had a question about college football. Did you watch the OSU Clemson game? 'Cause I was watching while I was playing poker at the casino last night, and I saw the ending, and I had something that I thought was odd. Okay, so why? Okay, Clemson, I thought they scored way too fast. Hold on, did our internet go? Are we still good?
We're good.
Sorry, just... So, Mickey, why would they, like, when Clemson had the ball, don't you think they scored too quickly, and they didn't take time off the clock? Like, why would you... Like, why wouldn't you run the clock a bit more, like NFL style? I felt like everything was hurried up. You know what I mean? Like, they left 2 minutes on needlessly, though, and they could have taken it because they were in field goal range, and they scored a touchdown. They could have just ran 3 times. You know what I mean? Yeah, we're on Seattle Zaps. It's not like they couldn't run on them. Yeah, but college kickers are very bad. Is that what it is? Like, I don't watch it. I've watched maybe 5 college games my entire life. Fly Eagles Fly, Untouchable J. Yeah. Yeah, they did, right? I just thought it was confusing. I'm like, why even score? Because if I was the player that got that screen, I think it was Travis Etienne. I would have fallen down at the 5-yard line, knelt the ball 3 times, kicked a field goal, right? OSU had elite D. I mean, I'd rather take the time off and score, leave them with no time, and be up 1 point. You know what I mean? Rather than be up 6 and give them 2 minutes, right? Because I feel like you could score in college football. It's a lot easier to score at the end of the game. Again, these are observations from a guy who's watched 5 games. All right, we're getting a first down and 10 at the 25-yard line for the Seahawks. Wilson, good protection here. Ooh, it's just a little play-by-play. Evades pressure somehow. There's a flag here, though. I don't know what it's going to be on.
It was thrown in the secondary.
OSU had some terrible calls against them. Yeah, I only really paid attention to the last 5 minutes. I saw a lot of good catches by the receivers.
So what's at stake in this game? If Seattle wins, what happens? If San Fran wins, what happens?
Holy. I knew in the video they need to win. Both teams need to win this game. I think it's for 1 seed. Wow, that could have been an interception from a tip ball. Oh, if the Niners, whoever wins this wins the division and gets, whoever wins this wins the division. So Niners win. I think they'll still end up a 3 seed. It's still for the division. Overall number 1 seed at stake. Oh, so the Niners would jump to 1st seed. Would that push the Saints out? Yes, it would, wouldn't it? Wow, this is big implications for the Saints. They need a Seahawks win.
And if the Seahawks win, what happens?
Seahawks win, they'll go to 12-4. They'll become the 3rd seed. There you go. Because they'll have the tiebreak over the Niners, I believe.
So San Fran can get the number 1 seed and Seattle can get the number 3 seed?
Yes. There we go. I like that the Titans and Bills are in. That makes me happy.
Titans, Patriots. I can't think of a worse matchup for the Patriots.
I really can't either. I'm going to override everything.
Well, Ravens too.
Yeah, it's tough. Holy, did those rushers come fast at Wilson. Here we go. They're going to have to punt now.
New power rankings: Saints, Ravens, Niners, Chiefs, Seahawks, Titans, Packers, Vikings, Texans, Pats, Bills, Eagles.
That's weird. All of those teams made the playoffs, Dylan.
Oh, that's fine. How would you tier them, Dylan? That's a question I have.
There
for
you go. That's a great question.
The Wait a while. Glock may get to 7. 2 drop touchdown passes by Dobbins. And yep, Mickey, I am. Public is hammering LSU. I'm about to put so much on Clemson to beat LSU. I haven't looked at any of those percentages.
It makes sense, though, because Public is going to like LSU because he gets 7 touchdowns and a half. I mean, passing touchdowns.
Yeah, that was crazy.
The hype's going to be unbelievable. He's got a good point there. I got to be real. I don't know what the line is. I'm assuming the line's favoring, maybe not to beat LSU, just take him in the spread. I'm assuming Clemson's going to be a 6-point dog would be my guess. I don't know anything about college football, so it's a complete shot in the dark, but
LSU 6-point favorites.
that wasn't bad for me.
They've been bet up from 4.5 to 6. 10,000 bets have been placed. 81% of bets on LSU.
There you go.
83% of the money on LSU.
Couldn't you wait then?
Probably. I think right now is a pretty good time to jump on Clemson at 6, but Mickey says wait. Glock got the Chiefs plus 760 as well.
That's a good price right now. That's a very good price right now. Corey Andy, sup guys? Want a live
Holy.
ticket with 2 games, each getting the under by half a point.
That's
hey man,
awesome,
will you win
Corey.
by a half a point or a mile? That's all that matters is winning. That's great. Glad that at least you got the little gave you a little juice on that. 56 Kendricks is giving this away. I hope he drops into coverage. Yeah. What a sack.
That was just great from the Seahawks defense.
Jaron Reed. How about Miami? No talent, 5-11. Browns 6-10 with huge talent. Yeah, it's so much has to do with coaching and. I mean, I don't like using the word culture, but I mean, the Browns are the worst attitude team in the league. They deserve to lose.
They're terribly coached and
Terribly coached, terribly
they don't
managed.
have enough talent to get over that.
Yeah, there's not. I don't know if there's enough talent in the world for how they operate off the field and on the field for that matter.
And honestly, Flores deserves Coach of the Year.
You think so? From turning that team around,
5 wins with that roster is insane.
it is insane. It's one of the worst rosters. And you know what? Like Fitzpatrick, pretty good season.
He was considered. You expected that from him. It's the rest of the team.
Yeah, that's true. Good point.
That was unreal.
They have an XFL roster. I don't really disagree there. But you know what? There's a lot of young players that are. Well, there's no Fitzpatrick, Glock, and Parker had a good season, but I don't really care for him as a receiver, to be honest. He's not a tough receiver.
It was his most consistent
It's his
year.
most consistent year, but it's not really saying much. I'm surprised he got a new deal though. Was that Kittle?
Yeah.
That's fantastic. I like these Bengals have 0 quit. Yeah, well, we took them this today, and it was worked out. That was a nice catch by George Kittle. I like these San Francisco uniforms right now. Those are cool.
Yeah. Well, Fat Guy mentioned culture as well, and the Bengals have that coaching staff has instilled a good culture for players to work hard and play for their position. Parker was destroying Gilmore. The Pats just didn't show up. They just didn't play.
They didn't play well. They haven't played well in a while.
If Fitz doesn't get benched, they may be 7-9. Could be. Them winning 5 games was
It's impressive.
and beating New England in New England. Come on.
Dylan, I want to see the comment you said where you slammed. I want to see what you said. You said something.
Mickey said the adjusted line usually hits about 58% on the early line. The last 2 weeks have killed me using the adjusted line for my contest picks. Oh, it's tough, Mickey. It's shitty because you're making the right picks. You're just not getting the good results. You keep doing that over and over, and you're going to win more often than you're going to lose. Yes, the Titans can beat the Pats. Dylan says the Titans are better than the Pats. The Titans blew out the Pats last year, and Glock agrees.
So what did Dylan say? He said something. Taking the Bengals +3 over the Browns. Truly disgusting. No explanation needed. Browns by 16. Just curious about that one, Dylan. That's all. Have the playoff lines opened yet? I'm pretty sure they have. What a run by Mostert. Yeah, Dylan, how'd that work out for you? Browns by 16, eh?
Freddie got fingered. There's no playoff lines out yet. But if you know who's playing who, we can pretty much tell you what the line will be. Dylan said he's 85% on those picks of the week, so he could care less.
Yeah, but Dylan, you got to remember, man. Can you be 85% over a whole season? It's impossible. We got to get the math down. You're a smart guy. You're a chess national master. I don't need to tell you about math. Even though chess and math don't really correlate. Logic, though, yes.
Corey says that Mariota's stock has to be terrible now.
Yeah, considering the success in contrast Tannehill has had. Despite, honestly, physically, Mariota's a little bit better than Tannehill.
I don't know if that matters.
Physical. Yeah, I know, but I'm just saying, like, he had every opportunity to succeed and he wasn't able to.
Yeah.
You think you make that switch earlier, Titans win that division maybe. It's just kind of like OG Glock was saying. There's a possibility. Ryan Tannehill played at near MVP season status the entire year. He was if you played him in fantasy at near the end of the year, you were probably winning that league.
Corey highlighted by saying the Titans scored 7 points in 2 weeks versus the Bills and the Broncos with Mariota.
Those are tough teams. Can you tell me who Detroit time has tonight?
Are
San Francisco. Dylan.
Pats won the division, right? So they're home.
Yeah. To the Titans. They could lose that game pretty easy, though.
Someone said 3.5 earlier. Glock saying, what do you guys think the Pats-Titans line will be?
I think it'll be Pats -4 would be my guess.
Yeah, I'd say 4.5.
Yeah, maybe 4. Yeah, 4.5 seems right. I don't know. I honestly like this. I feel like New England. Like, is this New England's dying? Like, is this really over? Like, because it just feels like it's a good time to take New England.
Yeah. It hurts that they got blown out.
Yeah.
Like, well, they lost by 3, but it's a blowout loss.
More or less the Miami game.
Yeah.
That's like being blown out. Yeah. San Francisco, Dylan. LSU open -4.5. It's now to 6. It says it's to -6 now with over 80% of bets and money on LSU. I'm going to wait to see if I can get it 7.5. Yeah, absolutely, Mickey. It's tough to get that. I know Glock, and this is the best running team. We all love Tennessee. Like, Tennessee is one of my. I highlight how much I like them pretty much every week because I like the style they play.
If I can get 7.5 points for Clemson, I'm gonna nut.
Yeah. There you go. You should. Seahawks cover put me at 5 for the tie break. We can spin the wheel for the tie break, Dylan. That's the best we can offer. We don't like pulling any punches. I'll tell you what, Dylan, though. I'd like for you to win this week just so I can send you a picture. You have 50 points as your over-under, Dylan. It's not going to happen. It's closest to without going over.
Someone else is 48, so you need Seattle to cover and for the score to be 49 or 50.
No, 50 or more. It's close to without going over.
Oh, okay.
Yikes, that's a tough one. And somebody has San Francisco. Oh no, yeah, Seattle covering with 50 or more points. This is gonna be tough. Well, no, Dylan, that's the tie break because you're what you got. Look how many guys are in here, Dylan. There's 8. Yeah, 8 guys. So take this. Really, Dylan? Come on, buddy. Keep it a little bit. You can dial it back a little bit. Nothing, Dylan. It's close to without going over. It's just tough to hit 50. You know what I mean? Titans defense is pretty good. I like their secondary. Kevin Byard is my favorite defensive player. So put me at number 5 if I tie with Detroit time. No, I'll spin the wheel. That's how I'm going to do it. Zitvono, hello, sir. Hello, sir. How are you? We got a 3-0 game for San Francisco at the moment. Seattle covering, pending on the line or pushing. Yeah, no, you got to dial it back a little bit, Dylan. Mickey sent you the pizza, you know. Pretty good. The beast is in, absolutely. Oh, you closed at 47, I think. I guess I had a good week. Yeah, what do you get? Let me take a look here. Jeez, Dylan on Fuego. Okay, Zitfono is 9-6. Yeah, you did have a good week. Who's in first in overall? So it's still Jake Jacobs.
Jake's first.
Where'd we slip? 3rd or 4th?
We're gonna finish 3rd.
We're gonna finish 3rd. Right on. What's Zitvono's percentage? You scroll down. 55.7. That's pretty good.
T-shirt time 57.3.
Holy. That's pretty good. Holy, is that good?
Bad Boys 51. Or sorry, 55.1.
Interesting stuff.
Big Rye owes me a pizza, 60.2% in 119 games.
That's unbelievable.
Good at business, 61% in 119 games.
Right on.
GZ07, 58.4% in 163 games.
Michigan backhand. I'm not having it. No, yeah, he's Detroit time. Yeah. I think so. I think I went 2 on my bettable picks. That's fantastic. It's about as good as it gets. Hey, Michigan, I will be in a wheel with you tomorrow for the tiebreak for number 5 overall. All right. We kind of let the heel get away with it, eh? Miami easily covered.
If you think I'm going to spin the wheel to break up 5th and 6th place,
I'm doing it.
You're crazy.
No, I like you, man, but you're crazy. Miami easy covered. The Panthers got blown out. Arizona covered by half point. Hey, it all works, Zit. It all works. Is there a way you can see everyone else's pick for the week?
Not right now.
Not right now. There you go. 3-12-1, a perfect end to a disappointing decade. Yeah, that sounds about right. Oh, everyone's going nuts for Lynch carry. It's gonna be 3rd and medium here. I wonder what shape. Hey, Dylan, relax, eh?
I don't know. He's just handing out fat loads.
I know. Like, how much do you got? I wonder what kind of shape Lynch is in. I really do.
Oh,
Panthers quit last few weeks. Yeah, and today as well. Cost Mickey Hill a few bucks for pizza, unfortunately. 3rd and 3. Oh, nice. Knocked down by Akila Witherspoon. 48-yard line. They could have ran it twice here. They really could have.
They could have. They've been going to these slants on 3rd downs for the last few
I don't
weeks,
like them as
but
much.
usually it's been Josh Gordon catching those, and now
I'd
Metcalf
rather a
lined
read
up in the
option
slot.
with Lynch.
Yeah, that's what they decided to go with. It was a good read by Witherspoon, and he broke on the ball and made the play.
I think Metcalf should box out a bit more considering how big he is. Is it normal for teams like the Lions and Panthers to fall apart like this, or do you think they're just unlucky? Panthers a bit more so because the coach actually did get fired. And, I mean, there's still some uncertainty around the Lions. Not that, you know what I mean? Dylan has the Seahawks, Michigan. The Lions, I don't know if I could call the Lions quitters. They've kept a lot of games close. They were so close to winning today's game against the Packers.
Yeah, and both of those teams are playing with backup quarterbacks that aren't even really considered backups. They're guys that had to play because of
Will Greer and David Blow. Like, what are you
Yeah.
going to do, right? Like, that's pretty unfortunate. Well, Dylan, you don't have to join. Like, I know lots of my friends watch the live streams or at least the video and comment, but they don't actually participate in the contest. Not everyone likes to compete, right? So even though I like to think that this is a pretty reasonable competition, not that much on the line except, well, actually dealing with you is actually a pretty big, pretty high stakes now that I think about it.
Dylan's on Seattle for tonight.
Oh, Mickey, I didn't care if it was Hundley or Kyler Murray, to be honest.
Oh, that's tough luck, Mickey. The Rams almost covered anyways.
You still have deciding the prize for next year? Yeah, well, we're going to have a long time to, like, it's pretty early for that.
Oh, Glock just forgets to make his pick. You guys still deciding the prize for next year? Yeah. We have no clue what it's going to be. We got to see how many people are following and how well we're doing overall to decide on what to do for prizes.
Yeah. You got to remember, we need to at least try and break even here, Dylan. Same point system for playoffs. Yeah, I guess the playoffs continue, eh?
Yeah, that's true. These picks aren't done.
They aren't done. Yeah, we are going to do a fantasy league. Excuse me, guys. I'm just getting over a cold. We're going to invite some of the I'm going to say highly contributing viewers. They get an automatic invitation. But then I guess we'll do a random draw for the rest, I'm going to say. It's probably the best plan. I mean, I'm making this up right now, so who even knows? The leaderboard ends tonight, right? Now, I guess we got to do playoffs, eh?
Well, we can always do. We can see. We can just throw it out there who is interested in participating, and then do multiple leagues.
Yeah, I guess we could do it that way. True.
We could do like it depends on how many we get, but we could have like we could finish playoffs. We could do like if you win your league, you get into the playoffs type of thing.
Oh,
so it's like one team goes through.
Interesting.
We have to think of.
We have to think
about this. We have to see how many people enter. We'd have to do like separate drafts and stuff.
Yeah, but you could just do whoever gets the highest point total in the playoffs. If we break it up into blocks. See, we're making this up as we go along, guys. Don't forget. Yeah, do separate for the playoffs. I mean, you sure, Dylan? You want to restart? I don't know. I think a year's got to be the year, right?
Yeah, we keep going.
Yeah, we keep going. Big rise on that.
Dylan, it's your chance to. You could still be number one with the playoffs.
There you go. See, think about it that way. And then you can really tell us to suck a load or whatever.
Yeah. It'd be pretty tough, though.
You guys live during the playoffs? Probably most of the games, yeah. I want to be 70% in the playoffs. Yeah, I won 11. Big Ryan, I won 11-1 in 2 years ago. Well, I guess we can keep it separate and at grand total. I don't know. We're going to have to figure this out, guys, to be honest. There's no plan here. We'll set the official rules. I'll even write them out for next year's contest at the conclusion of this year, because we made it up as we went along. Because we didn't like this contest. I mean, it was a Big Rye idea just in the middle of us making a video last year. That's not bad. Make a tournament style Mickey Hill. That's not bad. Or we could do a bracket. We could do a bracket. We got to think about all this stuff, though. Manny Sanders get the first down. What was pick last record this week? I'm not sure. I think he had the same as we did. A first down for Manny Sanders. I like these Niners uniforms. They're rad. Levine Toilolo. I don't remember seeing him playing on the Niners. Or he was a TE1 for the Falcons for some time.
Who?
What did you go 8-7 so far, Dylan? Well, technically you could, Dylan. There's 12 games in the playoffs, so.
Oh yeah.
You'd have to fade him every pick, and you'd have to go 0-12, which is.
No, there's 11 games.
Oh, there's 11 games. Oh, right. Yeah, sorry. 10-1. Yeah, I guess you could tie them. Then we could spin. Anyways, that's never going to happen. I'm down with these microphones. I've said that all like 3 times already since I've been here, but I'll win on the wheel. This guy's the greatest. We control the wheel, Dylan. Don't forget that. Bust a deal, face the wheel, Dylan. That's how it works.
Yeah. Every wheel spin's fixed anyways. We just go until we get who we want to win.
Way to put that rat in his head.
I wish I could control your wheel. Shake my head.
Oh my goodness, so funny.
Anytime Dylan has a chance to win, we're going to spin the wheel.
Yeah, I know.
Which one is Vanna? Obviously the petite, cute one.
I guess I'm Pat Sajak then, Mickey. Doesn't that make sense? I guess Big Rye has to be Vanna White. It's pretty pathetic when you're the good-looking one.
What's going on, Richard? How
Oh,
you doing
Richard,
tonight?
number 2. The number 2 against the spread on the leaderboard. Richard Evans, everybody. Why couldn't I say that? Holy.
You got it out.
I got it.
Richard still has a chance for first place overall with playoffs.
Oh, yeah. If we include playoffs, yeah, Richard does.
I mean, I'm not into bears, but sports bettors are my kink.
There you go. Holy, Dylan. It's just coming out with fire. Okay, Dylan, maybe you should what happens if the Saints don't win the Super Bowl? I'd like to know what's going to happen then. Say that 5 times real fast. I clearly can't. Deebo Samuel has had pretty key contributions for the Niners here, eh? Saints are telling me Mickey can have every other team. Oh, man. We got a pitch here. You could take me on, too. Mickey paid his pizza. I'm not afraid of you, Dylan. I'll take that. I'll take that action all day. If I have to send pizza down in Florida, no problem. I'll call on my Canadian phone. I'll even pay long distance. How about that?
Yeah, there'll be picks for playoffs too, and live streams and videos.
Yeah. We'll continue.
Oh, Mickey's in as well.
I'm in. Oh, okay. How about this? Mickey and I'll split it. There you go.
I think the 3 of you guys should do a 3-way draft for Super Bowl. Who you guys think are going to win the Super Bowl?
Yeah, that's not bad. Something me and my some of the other friends I have, other than Big Rye, if you can even call him that.
He is who.
Oh.
Hey, I am who I am.
I don't want to draft. You can have every other team. All right, fine. Me and Mickey will split the other teams. That's fantastic. Dylan, that's pretty good. I wouldn't even take the Ravens against the field. Neither would I, Mickey. I agree. There's no team I would take against the field. There's no two teams I would take against the field, actually.
Richard said, would the move be to pick all three from the same conference?
Interesting on the game theory aspect, Richard. I think you just pick the highest seeds realistically. What bet can we make? Well, you come up with something, Dylan. You're the one offering. Mickey and I are willing to put money up, but you gotta give us something good here. And by money, you mean ordering your pizza in Florida. I'm so happy Mickey did that. That's so funny.
You want to explain game theory to Glock Lesnar?
What is game theory? More or less finding like the optimal way to play a game. Because like I'm probably not explaining this the best, but for instance, what you do is here, Big Ry will read a definition here. Searching for the optimal way to play a game. The theory behind that. I would say it's probably the subject I've written more. That's a weird one to show. Wow. Deebo Samuel. This is going to be a touchdown. Fantastic. Niners touchdown.
Well, technically, this is what game theory is.
Well, you're going to have to explain that example.
So game theory is when you can make a decision with two people. So I think what we're referring to is more strategy. Yeah, it doesn't have to, but in the example here, the fat guy and I have a decision to make. We can either work together or work against each other. If we work together, we make $8 million each. If I go to work for him and he works against me, he'll make $10 million and I'll make $1 million. And if we both work against each other, we make $3 million each. So this is game theory. I'll read out a definition.
Yeah, read out a definition. I didn't like that example too much.
Game theory is the study of the ways in which interacting choices of economic agents produce outcomes with respect to the preferences or utilities of those agents, where the outcomes in question might have been intended by none of the agents. The meaning of the statement will not be clear to the non-expert until each of the italicized words and phrases have been explained and featured in some examples. Doing this will be the main business of the article. So that was a very confusing explanation as well. I'll see if I can find just the wiki. Game theory is a study of mathematical models of strategic interaction among rational decision makers. It has applications in all fields of social science, as well as in logic, system science, and computer science. Originally, it addressed zero-sum games in which each participant's gains or losses are exactly balanced by those of the other participants. Today, game theory applies to a wide range of behavioral relations and is now an umbrella term for the science of logical decision-making in humans, animals, and computers.
So there we go. They're basically finding the optimal way to prosper in a situation.
Dylan said, you're in Canada. Do it. Wouldn't work, but I'll make Mickey a deal. Dylan says, if the Saints win, I want 2 full racks of ribs DoorDash to my house from Applebee's on top of 2 desserts. If any other team wins, I'll mix my armpit hair as well as my pubes for the glass of milk.
Oh, my goodness.
Rocco said, Green Bay messed me over today. They and Pats didn't show up. Guess last game players get laxed on teams already qualified.
Well, I don't know. You had to lay a lot of points. I don't suggest doing that, like laying double digits, just especially in these spots. So, I mean, of course, it's being results based. I mean, It's not like your bet could never have happened, but it's just, I don't know. It's not ideal, I wouldn't say. You're on. Wow. Bet of the Century Part 3, the tiebreaker. Mickey, you're the greatest. Thank you for doing this, Mickey. I was ousted because I'm Canadian. That's a little bit of bigger bigotry from you there, Dylan. 9-0 Niners.
Extra point is good. They go up 10. And so this is if the Saints don't win the Super Bowl.
Yeah. Mickey's a legend. I'm loving this. I'm loving this so much. This alone is worth coming up here. What does 538 say Saints Super Bowl percentages? By the way, 538 thought that Baltimore's chances of winning Super Bowl was 40%, which I feel is completely absurd. Saints getting number 3 seed. Yeah, exactly.
Right now it's 16%.
Well, I think it's going to go down.
45% chance that they get a first round bye. San Fran 55% chance.
Nah, number 2. Not if the Niners win, Dylan. You signed up for the bet, pal.
Nah, number 2. No team will stop them this year. They're all too good. Saints suck on the road, according to Glock.
I don't think it's more. I think Mickey made a good expected value play. I mean, he's getting every
good.
other team.
Didn't the Saints win every road game this year?
I think they did.
They were 7-1 on the road, or
I think they were. Who'd they lose to? They lost to. Is the Falcons at home? No, they lost to the Niners. I can't even think of their other losses, to be honest.
They beat the Chargers on the road. They beat the Jets on the road.
They lose to Minnesota. Oh, that was.
They lost to the Rams.
Yes, they did lose to the Rams. Didn't Breeze hurt his thumb?
Yeah, they went 7-1.
That's pretty good. That's very good. On the road?
Yeah.
Jeez, king of the road.
Their road record is better than the home record this season, Glock. If Niners win, Saints percentage goes down. That's true, Mickey.
Mickey took the field versus the Saints.
Look at Drew Brees' record in road playoffs. Wasn't his fault they lost the Vikings on the road. Saints are good on the road now. Thank you, Mickey. Did Mickey take Ravens versus Field? What are you guys talking about? Noah Ryan, the fat guy. Drew Brees is 1-5 on the road in the playoffs.
Sorry, I'm going to input the Bet of the Century Part 3 into the video, our video template right now, so we don't get it. So the details are hammered out.
Dylan thinks it should be 2-4, but it is what it is. New team now. Trust the process. Glock said Field versus Saints is printing money. Everybody's road playoff record is bad. You're usually playing a superior team.
That's a good
Mickey.
point. That's a good point.
I screenshotted that, so after the Super Bowl is over, we'll see how much Glock is printing. Oh.
I didn't hear that. What's that?
Glock said taking any team but the Saints is like printing money. Dylan took a screenshot.
Oh,
Said he's going to talk trash after the Super Bowl.
yeah, which as you do.
Dylan said, "Hey Glock, you were the one laughing when I had the Ravens at 3, right?" He'd have to tell you that. I can't remember.
Sorry, what's that?
Hey Glock, you were the one laughing when I had the Ravens at 3. Probably in a power ranking earlier.
Oh, here we go. Here we go. Really results-based Dylan Toddfield.
Saints need to win versus Vikings first. What's the bet going to be when the Saints meet the Niners in the playoffs, boys?
There already is a bet.
Yeah, Rich. Dylan just bet the Saints to win the Super Bowl. Mickey Hill has the field. The AFC playoff matchup is Tennessee at New England and Buffalo at Houston. My guess it's Pats -4.5 and Texans probably -3.5.
I'm beating Half Moon. Which one are you? Are you Bo Milo Sauce or are you Captain Savaho? Which one are you? I'm not as surprised you're beating Half Moon. I got to be honest. I mean, I like Half Moon's videos. I just disagree aesthetically with his choices for. But I mean, to each their own. And this is only 1 year. I could be wrong. Maybe he's got his pulse on the action. Maybe not. So I'm not denigrating him at all because I do like his videos. Wow, Travis Homer, some tough running here. This is going well for the Niners right now and the under. You can catch me in the playoffs. There you go. This is some big inactives for the Seahawks. Dwayne Brown, Luke Wilson, Quandre Diggs.
Dwayne Brown's a big one.
Quandre Diggs played really well. Yeah, you haven't been that hot, Mickey, but such is life. Everyone had their turn at the top. I think we won a week, and I think we were at the top for 1 week, and then Jake took off. You were at the beginning, I think, too, and so was Detroit time maybe for a little bit, and then it all switched over. Jake has just plowed the way. Vegas Jake, top of the tables. This has been a fun contest, though. I've really enjoyed it. Really enjoyed it.
Dylan, there's not going to be a spin of the wheel for Ty because everybody has a different OU.
I trust my process. Yeah, unless it stays at 10-0, Big Rye, where everyone goes over.
Yeah, I get you.
Yeah. It was. I don't know how they were. The Dolphins was bizarre. You had to Patriots. If you're betting on them, you had to lay 15 points. DeForest Buckner with a big sack. Thank you, DeForest. I appreciate that. Well, I don't know. They could, Glock. This game's not over. Don't forget. We've seen everything from the Seahawks. Sorry, I was just in awe of that sack. That was a really good job by DeForest Buckner.
One-on-one with the Fetty. You expect Buckner to win that more often than not.
Yeah, we should. Anthony Zettel starting is, I find to be a little bit of concerning considering Solomon Thomas. Like, wouldn't you want Anthony Zettel?
Yeah, but who knows how those snaps are actually being broken up. I don't really care who's
distributed.
starting.
Yeah. Our D-line is very good. Of course, Dylan. Of course they can. They're probably 38% to win that game, Dylan, but it's gonna be interesting. We'll see. I like the Titans aesthetically. That's my type of football. Reasonably strong defense, power run, power O-line. That's my favorite. That's how I play in Madden. So does Big Rye. Big Rye is the most annoying to play in Madden. Trust me. We haven't played in years. He used to anger me every game. Although I did find Big Rye's weakness. He doesn't like it if you can beat him in Mario Tennis, and I can take him easy, guys, easy. He didn't have a shot. Hope at beating me in Mario Tennis. Neither do any of you.
The Titans match up really, really well with the Pats.
They do.
I'd be Fat Guy and I would be taking the taking the Titans. Pretty much no matter what the spread is.
From a handicapping perspective, what's your plans for the next NFL season? We got a lot to go. I don't want to make too many proclamations, Jason, but we got a lot of ideas. So I mean, this is, you guys have already made this viable, right? So there's a reason to continue and to keep doing and keep growing. So we got a lot of work to do. We're gonna try and expand more or less. That's probably the most basic answer. Big Rye, what would you say?
Yeah. Dylan said, "Don't forget, Glock. The Saints would have had a first-round bye if the
There's a lot of ifs. There's a lot
if
of
the
ifs.
Lions didn't get robbed against the Packers,
That's
and if Cook didn't get injured against the Niners."
Oh, so many ifs. You can make excuses all day, Dylan.
But those ifs are legit.
I don't subscribe to that.
I don't know. I don't know if the public's going to be pounding the Titans.
Yeah, maybe. Depends. It does kind of make sense. Are they finally like the public wavering on the Patriots? They haven't had really a good game in 4 games. They covered against Cincinnati, but that just seemed a little weird. Yeah, exactly. What's the Italian guy always say? He goes, "If my grandma had wheels, she'd be a bicycle." It's the same thing. I agree. Recency bias. I exactly. Completely agree, Becky. We are on the same plane. George Kittle, what a boss, eh? Man, this offense has just really got it going on right now.
Yeah, Mickey, you might be right with the recency bias. Just so tough that everybody's always been down on Tennessee and high on the Pats for years. So,
how was everyone's Chris Ware My Manners? It was fantastic. It was a good one, that's for sure. Wait, no, the Vikings happened 2 years ago, Dylan. Clerk. Last year was the Rams debacle. Niners have the ball and they're progressing here against the Seahawks, up 10. I think it'll open Pats minus 3.5. I tend not to disagree with you, Mickey. I've heard 3.5. I guessed 4, and Big Rye guessed 4.5. I was itching to say 4.5, and then I kind of just walked back a little bit. No, it's okay, Dylan. Like, you have a memory. It's fallible. We're human beings. We're not very good at that type of thing. So, Big Rye always has a funny comment. He always says, "I know 80% of everything, but only 80% of that thing that I know is true." Yeah. Dylan, after the Saints losing the wild card, it wasn't our year. That was my prediction too, Mickey. Yeah, fantastic. Kittle is a boss, man. Sorry, I'm a big George Kittle fan. I was in his rookie season as well. Where did he go? Iowa State? Great. Oh, he dropped it. Oh, that was Manny, the guy you expect to catch it. What'd they trade for Manuel Sanders, Big Ride? Do you recall? Was it a second round pick?
I don't think it was a second round pick. I want to say
Third?
it was like a fourth, but double check that.
I'm going to.
I can't recall off the top of my head.
Oh, I forgot you don't have. See, now there's a guy that doesn't have a good memory, but what does it matter? We have the internet. Iowa, yeah. Along with T.J. Hawkinson and Noah Fant.
All three of those guys played at Iowa
Yeah.
at the same time.
I don't know. Same coach though. Broncos trade Emmanuel Sanders 49ers. Let's see. Third and a fourth for Sanders and a fifth. Interesting. I think that's a reason. I think it's a fair trade. T University, absolutely. You get three guys of that caliber. I don't care for Noah Fant as much, but Hawkinson looked great.
Hawkinson looked great. Fant played okay.
Yeah,
He played poorly in the preseason.
yeah. That's and there we go. Speaking of anchoring,
Garoppolo's one of the better quarterbacks at the sneak.
yeah. Well, he comes from a good team of sneaking.
Yeah.
Oh, and then now then Chris Collins was obviously listening in the live stream and stealing my line. That looked like a false start on Ben Garland. Here we go, Niners. Another receiver in motion. False start, maybe? Something happened. Could they attack the guy behind the line of scrimmage? It feels like he gets a running start whenever they do that end around route. Could be a legal formation here on the Niners. Big fat guys had very little sleep last 2 days. Illegal shift offense. All right. The receiver. Yeah, that didn't look right. Manny. You made a lot this year. That's just contest picks, Dylan. It's you don't bet every game. You really don't. Because I even allude to that during the broadcast because some of them, because you remember like the best game of the season, Dylan. Oh yeah, that sounds about right, Mickey. Oh, I don't know, Mickey. What about the Bills last year? The Bills last year on the road in Minnesota. Here, Dylan, though, you got to remember it's about expected value, right? So the best game of the year is going to be like a 59-41. So that means you're going to make about 9% on the game. So what that means is if you bet $1,000, that's worth about $90. Do you understand? You can't go on the results of the games necessarily over a large sample. That's fine, but like, if you bet $10, you're making about 40 cents a game in over the long run. I mean, you're either going to win or lose. You're either going to win $10, or you're either going to lose $10 or win $9.19 if you're getting minus 110 juice. But realistically, that's how much it's worth because it's expected value, right? I'd probably do every game. Well, if you do that, what you need is a small unit sizing and a large bankroll in comparison. So you'd have to bet 1% of what you have. So if it's $1,000, you're only betting $10 a game. But you have to have a standardized unit sizing, so you have to bet $10 the entire year. I think I covered all that, right?
Yeah, pretty much.
Am I off, Big Rye?
Well, you do 1% of your bankroll on every bet. We were up 20 games or so, and you make about 90 cents on each bet. So if you were to bet like we did, you'd make around 17 units. So 17% of your bankroll.
And think about that. 17% return on investment is massive in the financial world, Dylan. The thing about sports betting, though, is the market is very capped. So you can't bet nearly as much as people do in the stock market. It's a much smaller market.
It's much more risky.
what Mickey's strategy is pretty good. It's similar to what ours is as well. So it's contrarian theory. You wouldn't employ contrarian theory, Dylan, necessarily, or maybe a mixed thing, but you can get as sophisticated or not as you do. Wow, what a play! Fumbled. They got it though. 19 got it. Wow, that was a close one. Don't forget, this is pretty. This isn't Mickey Mouse stuff, Dylan. This is for real. And I think you've sharpened a little bit. What sharpening means is getting better at more or less getting. What's the best way of putting this? A bit more wise to the tricks of Vegas. Let's put it that.
Mickey, I did something exciting the last few days I've been working on that you would really like.
Mickey Hill, you bet on underdogs a lot. That's completely true.
I went through Action Network and wrote down. I did it with college football. All of the games.
Hey, leave families out of this, Dylan.
all
That's
the
a
betting
no-no.
Percentages. Contrary lines with a minimum of 65% and very close bet to money percentages. Nah, she's watching a Dexter marathon. Can't get lucky every year. That's true, Dylan.
I never watched Dexter.
No?
I'm into serial killers, but I never, not like the, I guess the true reading about them, I guess. I'm into serial killers. Who says stuff like that? Fat guy's a bonehead.
Don't get quoted on that. I did defend you in the chat room, however. You do take some things into consideration, like when you took the Broncos -3.5. Mickey said, "Oh my God, you would be obsessed over Dexter, fat guy."
Yeah. It sounds like I've heard lots of good things about that show.
Oh, I got all the data for college football this year, as far as like the teams, the scores, how much money was bet on each side, how many people bet on each side. So I've got all the raw data, but now I need to go through and test some of these theories out to see at least where there was value this year. Richard said he's watched every episode except the last one. Dylan asking Mickey, what did you get this week? I've not watched The Witcher yet. Is it any good?
A lot of hyper on that too. Oh, I did see something. I saw Uncut Gems with the new Adam Sandler movie, but it's like it's a drama. I really liked it. It's about sports gambling too, sort of. It's more about addiction, I guess I would say. Sorry, I'm answering a viewer email. Excuse me. Uncut Gems, Richard Evans, were you talking about that? Hey, Second Coming, how you doing, pal?
What's going on, Second Coming? Mickey said it's a setup for next season. It's a cliffhanger. It looks like another carry for Marshawn Lynch.
Oh, I loved it, Richard. I'm a fan of Safdie brothers movies though. So it's they're very in your face, kind of like if you've ever seen Good Time with Robert Pattinson. Yeah, it's there's a bootleg out for it. Yeah, I know, Mickey. I just had to bring up, like, I don't really watch stuff too much very often, so.
Highlighting some stats saying that Richard Sherman's been the most productive corner since 2011.
I haven't watched The Witcher yet. Fat Guy, did you tell me what Mickey emailed me? Well, how would I know what Mickey emailed you? You got to reword that one, Chief. Did I tell? No. I did not. I did not. Be careful of airing grievances, though, Dylan. Homie Saddle comes out Clemson. Yeah. Every day is Festivus for Dylan. Very good pickup on the reference. I played a Festivus board game with my family on the 24th. It was brutally bad. So. That was pretty good by George Fan on Nick Bosa. Here come the Hawks. There you go. Man, Wilson's pocket is just, awareness is fantastic, is it not? It's hard not to say Russell Wilson's the best player in the NFL, in my opinion. You can make your Lamar and Mahomes comments. I'm okay with that, but I'll take dangerous.
Dangerous daddy. Russell Wilson. Didn't quite roll off the tongue how I hoped.
No. Keep disrespecting Drew, Fat Guy. I don't dislike Drew Brees. I think he's very good. For NFL players in the top 10, I would say, yeah, maybe top 12. Over-under for Hawksman without dangerous. I'm gonna say 5 with juice on the over. That's what I would say, Mickey, if I were handicapping that. I liked that play they just ran with Travis Homer. We haven't seen too much of Lynch, I guess he's getting acclimated. He might not be in game shape, though. I mean, it's been so long. Doesn't look like it.
I think he's had 2 carries from what I remember.
Yeah. I agree, Dylan. That's what I think. I think I'm sick. Well, that's how I feel about it, Dylan. As far as Wim probably added. Saints love to collect all the records. Yeah, but don't forget, Dylan, like, think about it this way. They went 4-0 with Teddy Bridgewater. You know what I mean? Like, obviously that's a small sample, but come on, let's be realistic here. It's a strong team regardless. And the drop off between him and Teddy, I don't think is monumental. In fact, that's why we pick the Saints so often, because people thought that there was a huge drop off between the two quarterbacks, and clearly there wasn't. That's why there was value on the Saints during those games. No, it doesn't. But then now you're putting Teddy Bridgewater in that same lower tier almost. See, that's why I don't think it's possible. Seattle 5-1 in game. Interesting, Jason. I mean, it's not my style to take something like that, but I know you're a long shot guy, and best luck to you if you take it. I'll be taking the Titans on the money line versus Patriots. I can understand that, Richard. You know what's scaring me, though? Everyone's saying that. You know what I mean?
Well, it depends what the line is. If they open even, then it's going to be hard to take the
That's
Titans.
not going to happen. There's no way.
I don't think so, but if everybody wants to take the Titans, that's what's going to happen.
Yeah, well, then there's going to be value on the Patriots, I think.
That's why I'm kind of just in a wait and see mode, see what that line is. Because 4.5 might be way too high. It might be 2.5 if this is what everybody's thinking.
Best completion percentage in one game, best completion percentage for a whole year. He doesn't have any interception, and he is all-time leader in yards and TDs. Yeah, it's fine. We're talking about Drew Brees now, who's 3? 44?
I like what Mickey said about Breeze was left off the top 100 players list. And he thinks it's truly disgusting.
Yes. A little bit predictable of an answer, but it's an answer.
A-Rod was left off too.
Aaron Rodgers didn't make the top 100.
Yeah.
He was number one like twice.
Yeah, it's
Whatever.
You feel the same way about A-Rod that Dylan feels about Drew Brees?
I don't think A-Rod's the best player in the league, though, right now.
Peyton Manning, Tom Brady, and I guess you could say Brett Favre are like the only recent guys. Maybe Elway.
That which?
The top 100. I think there's 10 quarterbacks. If you want to pull up the list, you can see.
10 quarterbacks of a top 100 all time? I don't know how you could not put A-Rod in there. That's insane. That's actually insane.
I'm pretty sure they left him off.
I thought you were talking about this year in the NFL. I was like, what?
No, all time.
That's insane not to have Aaron Rodgers there.
Mickey said adjusted net yards per attempt is the best passing success indicator. Where does Breeze line up on that metric?
Yeah. Dylan, you just said, oh, come on. Do you see how many missed throws Rodgers had today? So you're going to use today's game as a metric on whether Aaron Rodgers is a top 100 player of all time. Come on, man. That's ludicrous. I don't know if I can put Kittle in there, but Glock. But I do like George Kittle. He's fantastic. I think there's guys in there like Chandler Jones that are. Chandler Jones is a top 15, top 12 player for me. He's getting over 15 sacks a year, 4 years in a row, 5 years in a row. Unbelievable. Just because he's on a shitty team. Seahawks are kind of coming back, and it's we got a false start. This is always a drive killer. Pretty sure Mahomes is first. I could understand that. Mahomes was unbelievable last year. He's still good this year, but it's so hard to be as good when you're at that high. Kittle is a top 10 most dominant player. I mean, perhaps. I just don't. I tend to waver away from skill positions. The one added thing about tight ends, I like two-way tight ends, guys that can contribute on just about every snap, and he is one of those, whereas receivers don't really do it for me, to be honest. That goes the same for running backs. Secondary players a little bit too. Like pass rushers, O-linemen, that type of thing.
Glock said Kittle is a top 10 most dominant player. He's the best player on the 49ers. DT says I don't give a F about touchdowns. Please let me know when someone has a better completion percentage than Breeze.
Chad Pennington.
Yeah.
I mean, you could throw really easy short ones.
Dylan Clark, not in order, best quarterbacks right now. Wilson, Breeze, Brady, Watson, Mahomes, Matt Ryan, Big Ben, Rodgers, Lamar, I guess, and Brady, even though he's overrated.
That's a lot. You're getting most of them. I think Garoppolo's pretty good.
Mickey
Here
said,
we go.
We got
another false start on the Seahawks here. Only a minute 15 left.
Mickey said no one is talking about how much better the Chiefs D played the second half of the season.
That's very interesting, Mickey. That's probably why if you really got it, you got it at 8.5 to 1. That's so good.
Glock said completion percentage doesn't win games, touchdowns do.
I wish there was a way to numerize win probability added. That would be the most important stat. I don't know how you do that, though. We've been trying to do that for years. 3rd and 11 here. And a runoff here for Seattle.
Drew does get touchdowns. That's why he's the all-time leader, even with the injury on San Diego and 5 games he missed this year.
High completion. I'm not saying it doesn't, but win probability, there's more to it. What about all those middling seasons too, Dylan? You know, you can always add to that. If you're going on wins, and Tom Brady's the best player ever, like this argument go forever. All them stats, won Super Bowl. That's true too. Garoppolo's been sacked twice this game. I don't recall. 6 and 11 for 45 yards for Russell Wilson. Very interesting. Who had the best season Pro Football Reference? Was it Jim Brown?
I don't know. I'd have to look again. Career-wise, Breeze is 162 and 111, which is really, really good.
There's some seasons there that aren't that good. 7 and 9, 7 and 9, 7 and 8, 7 and 9. That's 3 years in a row where they went 7 and 9, 7 and 8, 7 and 9. Here we go. 3rd and 11. Seahawks encroaching. Wow, the D-line gets there, but Wilson just with an incredible. Was that a no-look pass? It sure looked like it.
You know what I don't understand this year? Did they just say no more to measuring? Like, I feel like to get measurements in this league, it's...
Pulling teeth, eh?
Yeah.
I would agree. Like why even have...
This ball's right on the line, and there's no measurement.
Yeah, that ball is right on the line.
So instead, the Seahawks take a timeout.
What, to encourage them to do their job?
Well, they don't know if... The clock's running either way, so they don't know if it's a first down or a fourth down, and it's a much different play call depending on what.
I don't disagree, Mickey. It was the worst defense probably ever during that season. During those seasons, oddly enough, Steve Spagnuolo was the coordinator during one of those years, and he's now the coordinator of the defense for the Kansas City Chiefs, who we all think have kind of improved defensively. But I'm just saying, as a metric, though, like everyone keeps horning in on certain stats. I'm just saying. If there was a stat, it would be win probability added, but it's hard to quantify that. 4th and short, and they're going to get stopped easily. And that was Lynch in the backfield. And that looks like Nick Bosa broke it up. San Francisco's going to be getting the ball back here. Interesting. 2 timeouts left for the Niners. He had nowhere to go. And who's 36 jumping in the pile? Was that Sherman? 36 doesn't seem like the right.
Some sort of safety.
Yeah. Marcel Harris. They have the same haircut. They have the Predator haircut. We get it. I'm asking about Dylan Todd Field now. Yeah, I mean, you can make it. He's played in the league a long time. You can make that case. I think Rivers' skills have deteriorated quite a lot though. In recent, he should probably retire at the end of this year. I would think, but I mean, you never know. That guy's really into it. Oh, we're getting into the endless argument about who the best is. Hard to say. Hard to say.
I think we can all agree that Brees is a very good quarterback. To
Yes,
put him
no
in
one-
the top
no one's-
100 or not is, based off of taste.
Yeah,
To say he's a top 10 all time.
it's hard to do, but
He also, to be honest, a lot of the guys that made it on that top 10 list are split between different eras. And yeah, there was guys who played well 30, 40, 50 years ago that, they don't hold a candle to what Drew Brees has done. But it's just a different era.
and nostalgia. We're human beings. We're not robots, right? So everyone has things that they like and they prefer.
If you take him with all the guys that are playing right now, like A-Rod, Manning, and Brady, and him, I think those are the four guys.
Yeah, I prefer A-Rod probably the most out of them. I think Russell Wilson's currently playing the best. No. Hey, A-Rod during his peak, I think was the best I've seen the quarterback position played, but that's just me. It's not that I like the Packers. Oh, Dylan digs his heels in for the Saints. Got to give him credit for him. God loves this team. Here we go. 45 seconds and 2 timeouts for the 49ers from their own 31-yard line, attempting to lengthen their lead. And it's not going to happen after Bobby Wagner puts a serious hit on, I don't even know who that was. It's Matt Breida. Jameis 30-30 Club, the only one to do that. I could see Jameis Winston getting a bunch more 5K seasons. He's reckless, and he's actually grown on me, Jameis, because he tries to win. He does.
He does try to win.
For better or for worse, what's the difference? Well, you got to remember, you got rose-colored glasses for the Saints still, and I think we can all see that. That was KJ Wright. I thought that was Wagner. That was a big hit. Why do they whistle it dead every time? Why can't they just review it after, whenever there's a fumble? I don't know if it's a fumble or not. I don't know what the rules are anymore anyways, like everyone else.
It's a forward pass.
I think he's just down, to be honest. Yeah, I think this is right.
I think it's just incomplete.
But I think they shouldn't blow it down. They should let him return it for a touchdown and then review it. You know what I mean? Because the defense gets screwed on these plays all the time. I don't think it's fair. Let's see. Al Michaels just called the review booth in New York Park Avenue lame.
Dylan said that's fine, Glock. We all know the Saints got robbed last year, and you're saying it was Brees' fault that Marcus Williams didn't make that tackle. Come on now, Super Bowl is team achievement.
Wow, NFL, wake up.
Brady's
I
an
agree.
easier division and conference and got 2 rings from Roger Goodell and Malcolm Butler.
Gonna start implementing rugby rules and touching the ball to the ground to score. I don't mind that idea. Then you're gonna lose those wide receiver fades and the toe taps. I don't know. Those are pretty good. More commercials. I could do without this. How many streaming services are there, honestly?
A lot. It's because it's just so profitable.
Yeah. I mean, how many, though? It's just too many. Yeah, but Dylan, that's just one instance in a series of probabilities. You know what I mean? It's hard. It's hard to say. Hard to say what one should or shouldn't happen. You know what I mean? There's just a chance of this, a chance of that. Sometimes it bounces your way, sometimes it doesn't. You guys on Xbox? No, I don't play video games. Big Rye does occasionally play PS4, but it's rare. No, we have a Canadian streaming service. It's called DAZN. It's usually used for like European soccer, but in Canada they kind of use it as like a test market for everything. So
And it's terrible.
it is terrible. The customer service is unbelievably bad. It's gotten better though, I will say, over time. But sometimes if you want to stream something in the off hours, i.e., a replay, it becomes insanely bad. So
You know why it's good?
why?
Because there's probably like 300 people in Canada that have it. So it's like no bandwidth at all.
No, there's people that have it, not nearly as much, but they don't. It's just not that good. Wow, they're calling it an incomplete pass. All right. It's 13-0, Dylan, and there's just a big review over this certain pass, whether it was forward, whether it was lateral, whether it was a fumble, whether it was down, whether it was incomplete. There's a lot of stuff. Here, 2nd and 10, 16 seconds left for the Niners. They could take a knee here, honestly, and receive the ball. I don't think it's that bad. He said the Sunday package on DirecTV, but that shit is expensive. Yeah, it totally is. So we're in a bunch of computers, so it's kind of good for us to have the streaming service. And we have Big Ryan and I are watching this on I don't know, like a 68-inch, 70-inch TV, something in there. It's very big. So we have 5 other monitors. Big Rise is a bit more uniform. Mine's 2 monitors that are in the same size and a giant TV that I got from my friend's basement. But hey, I really love the setup, I got to be honest. Especially these new mics. You can thank Big Rye for them.
That's going to be the end of the half. San Francisco with a big
13-0.
first half, 13-0. In Seattle.
First scoreless first half for the Seahawks in 2 years, says Mike Tirico. That's interesting.
Glock and Dylan are arguing about whether Breeze is a top 100 player.
It's an argument that no one's going to win.
So what would be the network desire for the most desirable Super Bowl matchup?
There we go. Fantastic question. Let's take a look here.
I think Baltimore.
Well, what?
It's Baltimore or Chiefs, I think, or the Pats.
Yeah.
Any one of
I
those
don't think
three.
I don't think the Pats, dude. I don't think people want to see them anymore. Or do you think maybe because they're such a heel?
Well, how many Super Bowls have they won? Like, if they have a chance to win another, it's crazy. People like dynasties.
Oh, you think so? And then like they'll come out the woodwork. Maybe you're right.
You can't go wrong with any of those 3 teams. I think NFC. I think the Saints.
Bills, Titans, no.
Saints or
Vikings,
Packers.
I don't think. And Eagles, no. Niners, Saints. I don't think this Packers team is exciting to the public. Who do we got? Chiefs, Ravens would be an excellent AFC. Were that to happen.
Yeah.
I don't think you go. I think Big Rise right. Chiefs, Ravens, Patriots. I'm gonna say Ravens, Saints, or Ravens, Niners would probably be the most palatable for the public. That's a great question, Richard.
I think Chiefs Saints. to me would be the most exciting Super Bowl.
Yeah, nine. I'm gonna have to say Saints are probably the team that people want to see the most in the Super Bowl. I would say on the NFC, AFC, Ravens, Chiefs. Yeah, I got Ravens, Saints. Adrenaline 4P had an interesting one. People like it though. Adrenaline 4P had an interesting one. He said Brady versus Rodgers.
Yeah.
That wouldn't be bad either.
People love to hate the Pats.
They do. Philly versus KC ending of the curse. That'll be tough to happen. What about Houston, one of the largest markets? I mean, maybe you could be right. I just, I don't know if they have the same clout, excitement. You know what I mean? Because don't forget, I feel like Richard, that a lot of people's, maybe it's a kid-driven market like Madden and stuff. I swear Madden has a lot to do with the influence of football, right?
Why do you say that?
Well, you want to see like if your character performs, you attribute it to the player, right?
Yeah.
And if Lamar Jackson's a fun character, I would imagine, to play with. Of course, it's not our style whatsoever, but I'm trying to get in the mind of how they would think. And Richard poses an interesting question because we're just spitballing here, right? So Houston, yeah, I don't think they have the clout though, the excitement though that the other teams do. But that's not an unreasonable suggestion.
I know what they don't want to see. They don't want to see Bills Vikings.
No, they don't want to see Bills Vikings. They don't want to see that. I like the Vikings, but wait, you have the Saints coming out. I don't have anybody, Dylan. Everyone has a percentage. The Saints have a percentage chance of winning. So do the Titans, the Bills, the Vikings, the Seahawks. Everyone does. And what I'm going to bet on is what is going to offer me the best expected value. I don't really care which team it's going to be, whether it's one or the other. And I don't know which team for sure is going to do anything because there is no certainties in this life, especially in the game of football. Look up NFL Fan Nation heat map. That is yes, I do know of that. Texans get about 5 counties around Houston area. Yeah, that makes about the most sense. Patriots have a greater reach just because of the dynasty. They're identified with winning. But Lamar and Patrick Mahomes have certainly raised the profile for both the Ravens and the Chiefs, respectively.
Yeah, Dylan, you can bet anything you want. You just pick the AFC and NFC championships if that's what you want.
Yeah, don't forget, Dylan, sportsbooks are down for taking bets. But you got to remember, it's more about pricing, right? How did he get that touchdown? It's about pricing, right? Here's a good example, right? Say you don't like the Bills, but if I got the Bills at 500 to 1, I'd be hard pressed to not take them. It's impossible. Are the Bills' chances really, 0.5%? Or sorry, what is it? 0.2% to win? No, it's far higher than that.
That one guy's depressed.
Oh, it's because his Giants lost. Dylan, I gotta wait on that one. I'd love to be help you out in some fashion, but just wait a little bit, Chief. I think you can sports bet in Florida. Or maybe they don't. They have those riverboat casinos. Who knows? Anyways, it is possible. Yeah, there you go. Mickey's asking the question himself. I don't know if they have sports books on those riverboat casinos. Well, there are other ways, Dylan. It's called a VPN. Look up it. Get Nord or something. Then you got to get like a Canadian bank account.
You want everyone gone? Including Daniel Jones?
What's wrong with Daniel Jones, man? You lived with a woman, Dylan? You live on your own? Florida doesn't have casinos? I thought they did. Oh, maybe that's they have Indian casinos. They do. Mississippi, Biloxi does. Oh, you had a girlfriend, Dylan? Huh. The things you know. I feel like LeVar Burton.
What's going on, Josh Piper? How you doing tonight?
Josh the Pepper Piper.
Rivers has to be done. Doug Peterson, Coach of the Year?
I don't think so.
Not this year.
You broke out with her. Did you change? I thought you switched teams, Dylan. Is that the reason?
Florida better than Virginia. We got nothing here.
That's lame.
You need Maryland to
Maryland?
Maryland to
Maryland.
legalize sports betting. Maybe Mickey can be my stepdad.
Never mind, Dylan. Don't worry about it.
Is what the reason for what?
Never mind. Who is coach of the year? Big Rye posed an interesting one. Brian Flores.
To me, it's Flores.
And then I think Mike Tomlin's done a pretty good job. Who would I think for me, the coach of the year? For some reason, I don't think it's Shanahan. It's definitely not Belichick. I don't think it's Reed. I'm inclined to say Harbaugh, to be honest. Miami coach Mickey Hill, yeah, Brian Flores. Yeah,
I could also say the Packers.
I don't think so.
McDermott.
There you go. There's a good one. Bills. Harbaugh, McDermott, Brian Flores. Those are good ones. Tomlin. I live in Utah, so quit crying, y'all. I think Richard Evans. That's fair.
The Bears finished 8-8.
Yeah. I know Oakland's going to get their pick. No Peyton, 5-0 without Breeze, yeah. I like McDermott and Flores. Can make an argument. Well, it's Saints. Saints have a strong team though, Dylan, because we're looking for guys that have elevated a team, or maybe at least just got lucky with it. I think McDermott, Harbaugh, and Flores. I think that's the.
Peyton was in my mind too. It's just the Saints have been a good.
They've got a really good. Just a strong team, right? You almost have to go 16-0 to kind of get that. You know,
the Saints did what the Cowboys should have done this year.
Yes. Well, Flores, don't forget, Dylan, like that team stinks. Winning 5 games is pretty good. Mickey Hill, well, you can have multiple wives. Never mind, that doesn't sound fun at all. I can't imagine it would be. Oh, Freddie Kitchens just got fired. Yeah! All right.
Wow.
Sorry, I'm actually a Browns fan. I'm putting my hat back on, guys. It's going back on. I was wearing a Browns hat before the broadcast. It's going back on. Yes!
Pass me that orange one.
Big Rye's jumping on it, too. Yes!
Back on the bandwagon. It feels good.
We're back. We're back, boys.
Browns are Super Bowl contenders next year.
Yes!
You heard it here. You heard it right now.
Yes! Why are you a Browns fan? 2 reasons. I read Jim Brown Out of Bounds when I started gambling, and I thought that was the most badass book I'd ever read from a player perspective. He didn't hold anything back. It's full of foul language, but realness about toughness. Told you Freddie got fingered when I got on. I didn't know that. I didn't know that. I didn't read it in the... Oh, I would have been way more excited.
We didn't correlate him getting fingered to him getting fired.
And also, Dylan, when I first started gambling, the guy who showed me contrarian theory convinced me to bet on the Browns every week that year, and they went 12-4 against the spread. So I made money on them. So that's my team. I do have an affinity for the Raiders, though, as well.
I'm a kid and a divorce away from looking like Kyle Shanahan.
Who wrote that?
Me.
Oh.
Freddie deserves to be fired for losing Chubb the rushing title. I don't know. Derrick Henry, he put his name on that one.
Yeah.
You agree with Glock? They shouldn't have sat who?
Giants will not do worse than the Browns next year, calling it. Maybe. I think I hated the Browns, all of their future stuff going into this season. I have optimism now again. I didn't at the start of this year. I do now. Yes, we did it. Yes. Sorry, I'm very excited about this Freddie got fingered incident.
It's been standard for most Browns coaches to go away from the running game, even when it's being successful.
Yeah. The problem is, though, is I don't like the iteration of this Browns team. It's not. It's just terrible. I honestly, I preferred it when they had a strong defense and good O-line. You know what I mean?
Rappaport said Freddie Cry. That's fine. He put his heart and soul into coaching that team, and it just wasn't good enough. He's an excellent coordinator. He can go coordinate a team somewhere else.
Freddie Kitchen, external coordinator. I don't know if I can give him that.
Well, I won't say excellent, but he's cut out to be a coordinator in the NFL. He's not cut
Yeah,
out to
I
be
think
a
he should be a
head coach.
quarterback's coach, and that's about it.
Well, with what he did with Mayfield this year, it wasn't exactly a vote of confidence.
Yeah, they do. They do. The Browns are just standard dumpster fire. They need to get rid of attitude. Attitude to me is just so important. Landry, Beckham, and Joku, just a bunch of goofs. I can't stand receivers. It's those guys in particular. I want hard-nosed guys. Like Ron Rivera might take the job. I don't think he would put up with that kind of crap. I got to be real here.
I'd be fine with Rivera.
I would be as well. I prefer someone young and domineering that I don't know about, but I mean,
they should hire. Jim
I like
Schwartz.
wide receivers like Julian Edelman, and Joku wants to leave if Freddie Kitchens was the coach. You don't get to make those statements. You're a player.
Miles
Rivera
Garrett
going to
should be back for next season. I don't see that suspension going any longer than.
I'm not so certain, to be real.
Well, it depends. If he does more bad stuff, it'll extend.
Yeah. Browns have too many me guys. I agree, Glock. Well, here we go. We got our kickoff. That was an interesting half spent with you guys. Yeah, we went. Right on, Jimmy. Firing Freddie Kitchens, who was abysmal, couldn't keep his team in check. Tough though. It was a Roto World report, Glock, and then he got sat. He was a healthy scratch, I think, this week. So I mean, who knows if that's there's smoke, there's fire. AB to the Rams? I don't think so. I don't think anyone wants AB, Dylan. The Rams are done, so why would they want him? Urban Meyer to the Skins, Rivera to the Browns, McCarthy to the Giants. I don't think anyone wants to take the Skins job. Maybe Rivera because he can't get another head coaching job, but he could be a DC somewhere and be fine, Ron Rivera. Tevin Coleman slips on the first carry. They're showing Clowney versus Staley, and Staley's beating Clowney is very tough. Wow, these highlights are Staley's winning the battle. Who knows what kind of health Clowney has, though. It's always been an issue, hernias and things of that nature. No one can save the Giants. I don't think you're in that bad a shape. That one guy. I prefer Daniel Jones over Baker Mayfield if that's any... Someone will sign AB next year. Too much talent. I don't think so. Terrell Owens played on I don't know how many teams. Richard, the one reason I won't stand by Robert Saleh is because last year they weren't able to get it done on defense, but they look how many first round picks they have on the defensive line. Bosa, Solomon Thomas, DeForest Buckner, Eric Armstead. You better have a good defensive line, you know what I mean? And that's kind of the crux of a defense. So them putting that type of resources into it, I think it gives you a little bit of compliments. And not to mention the offense, the run game. A strong run game complements a good defense because you stay off the field, right? So from a game theory perspective, I think that you get a little bit of juice from those philosophies going in your favor. That being said, I mean, he could be okay. I'm not as sold on those reasons. Seattle is down 13-0, Dylan. Absolutely. Like I said, boys, getting over a cold. Oh, yes, Mickey. And here we got a punt now for the Niners. Not only that, Mickey, he brought a camera crew. AB doesn't want to play football. Big Ryan and I were talking about earlier. Clearly doesn't. He can't conform to any rules whatsoever. Because if he was smart, he would join the Saints and play 3 games and vie for a Super Bowl, but he's not. He's cost himself so much money.
I just went to go put on my brown shirt, but it's not there, so I probably threw it out.
I lost mine at Baldy's house.
That makes sense.
Probably wouldn't even fit anymore anyways. Well, not this year. It's clearly over, but yeah, Mickey Hill is right. He wants to play victim. That's so many wide receivers, though. I can't stand that position, especially the way that they've conducted themselves. That's why I like a good offensive lineman. My favorite wide receiver in the league right now is Julian Edelman. Shows up, does his work, doesn't complain, plays hurt, plays tough. None of them play hurt. Okay, now Richard, very good counterpoint. I'm going to agree with you. That's not bad. He knows the formula. Maybe he will advocate for a proper building of the team from inside out. That's not bad, but that's also, we could argue, that's a good comment, Richard. We could argue, though, that that's more of a general manager point of view. So
Who's he talking? Who is he?
we're talking about
referring
Robert
to?
Saleh. So he suggested him as a head coaching candidate. I made the case that there's a lot of things prospered, i.e., running philosophy and the amount of resources put in defensive line. Yeah, Richard, completely agree. They are the Browns. That at the end of the day, they're the Browns. Yeah, I don't hate AB. I think he's a moron. Mickey Hill's arguing for a living case of CTE, and maybe that's possible. We only know after he's dead, at least with the technology we have now. That being said, I just feel like it's part of the position to be a diva. It just going back in time, think of all the biggest divas in the NFL. Even Terrell Owens, Randy Moss, Chris Carter, even Jerry Rice was a diva, but Jerry Rice put his head down and did work, though. That's a difference.
Yeah.
Because the best athlete ever in the NFL is hard to argue outside of Randy Moss, probably. I mean, really.
Randy Moss was special.
Randy Moss is ridiculous. How many Super Bowls Randy Moss have? 0. And he played in how many? 3 or 2? So one with San Francisco, one with the Patriots, and perhaps another. Brown's a disciplinarian, yeah. I don't mind that. Rivera doesn't bother me. Yeah, I'm not saying everybody, but it's the position. There's too many as a whole. AJ Green, he didn't even try to play for his team. He didn't even try and play. An ankle injury, get real. I broke my ankle in grade 11 and played a soccer game 3 days later. Don't give me that stuff. I duct taped it till I had no circulation in it. Took 4 T4s, rolled with it. You can play through an ankle. Mickey's one of my favorites, Dylan. Don't you go on after my Mickey Hill. I can mute you. I have this power. Watch this. Watch this. I can put you on a timeout, Dylan. I put Dylan on a timeout. Oh, okay, now he's off. Oh, I thought it did. Whatever. I hope he didn't go on a timeout. Oh! 300 seconds. That's so funny. I didn't know I had that power. I wanted to try it. Do we know it was Green Decisions not to not play?
Schwartz did do a tremendous job with the Lions.
Yeah, but it fell apart too.
Well, Schwartz has just done some weird things that not has to do with football. Like almost getting in a fist fight with Harbaugh. It's a lot of fun watching Bosa play.
Yeah. I don't know. He just badmouthed me, Mickey, and I wanted to see what the timeout the timeout function would do, so I just applied it. I think everyone could use the break, though. Let's be honest.
Oh, you think that fight was on
Could have been.
Harbaugh?
I don't recall the
I remember Harbaugh stiffing him.
Harbaugh.
Harbaugh.
This looked like a little bit That was a good run. Oh, Sherman didn't want any piece of that tackle, though, which is rare because he's usually like that. That was a nice crackback block by, who was that, Lockett?
Yeah.
I feel like wouldn't you want to run to a Metcalf side?
They're feeding Lynch to start this half.
He's coming back. He's coming back, Mickey. Don't worry. Dylan, he's always in every video, Richard. Come on, you know. Dylan Toddfield.
He's saying it as a in jest.
I hope so. I just read. I didn't read the context. Lynch looks a little slow though. I got to be real.
Well, you don't need that speed. He just needs he needs to read the plays and run with power.
Yeah. Seahawks driving, making the game out of this. I can't believe Wilson didn't get sacked there. What an incredible touchdown.
It's going to be a hold.
It's going to be a holding, but unbelievable.
Oh, it's a hold
Cue
on
the
the
music.
left guard. Mike Iupati held, I believe, DeForest Buckner.
Oh, that's unfortunate. These touch passes from Wilson they're the best in the league.
It's just impressive with, like, there was the hold on the play, but he did step up in the pocket. Didn't have much of a pocket to deal with. They're showing it on the replay right now, and he just drops a dime.
A dime. You know, kind of Joe Burrow had some incredible touch passes for LSU in that game against Oklahoma.
It was very impressive.
Nice run here from Travis Homer here on 1st and 20. It's the longest 5 minutes of my life.
He might never come back.
Maybe I did it. I finally did it. Second and 9 here. Wilson going to run. Wow. Slides feet first into the shins of 57.
Into the two hot boys.
You don't have to play for the Bungles now, though. Yeah, but you got to start somewhere, Mickey. You got to. And they're going to get their first-round pick back. The tackle that never played last year, Andre Dillard. I think the Bengals have some stuff to work with. I really do. I'd like to get rid of AJ Green if it were me, but they could franchise him. Who knows? Franchise and trade would be nice, I think. I'm a Tyler Boyd fan. I'm not an AJ Green fan. Mostly attitude, not skill. John Ross, another Buster Rooney. Not that AJ Green's a bust, but nice play. Travis Homer having a good game so far. It's Jonah Williams. Andre Dillard went to Philadelphia. Thank you, Glock. Appreciate that. I do get confused from time to time. Bengals might get 5 to 6 wins next year. They could get more. I was arguing an over-under. I said I would take over 6 with positive juice on the over. Can't wait to see what Lesnar has to say for himself after the game is over. Yes, Dylan is back. Now we know what a timeout does. Although I shouldn't know that. With great power does come great responsibility. I did email and apologize to Dylan. I'm such a wimp. I love the heel. You look, I don't even want to say what you look like, Big Rye, but we'll leave it.
I look like Kyle Shanahan before a bender.
I don't feel like he's a bender. Okay, never mind. Kyle Shanahan's father, look, he's drunk the entire thing. Thought it was 3 minutes. That 5 is long. Yeah, I know, Dylan. It was long for all of us. I'm pretty sure you could get one in, though, in the 5 minutes. Y'all aren't getting a bye. Yeah. Well, he's hoping the Seattle Seahawks are able to come back here.
Third and 9 from San Fran's 14-yard line.
What a play by Russell Wilson. What a play by Russell Wilson. I don't think players take advantage of that enough. You only have one piece of your body that has to be, is it on the line or behind it?
You just need any part of your body to be behind the line of scrimmage.
Really.
And he's good.
He's good. That's fantastic. Is that not what a wonderful play?
I don't know how the corner didn't make a play on this ball.
Oh, God, that was good.
Someone called it earlier that Witherspoon is the weak link of that secondary.
Kilo Witherspoon. I don't mind him. Is he a second-round pick from 2 years ago, I think? There you go. Russell's God. Russell's the best player in the NFL currently, I think. I've said that pretty much every week. This guy's unreal, man. What a play, man. What a play. This is why you watch football. Is this Tony Carenti? How old are you, man? Figure it out. Russell is very good. Hard to argue that. This is another team. He's been so good. 13-7. We have a game, everybody. Okay, Dylan. Of course you're right and I'm wrong in something that is unquantifiable.
If only there was some type of leaderboard where you could make picks and see who's on top.
Where did this as far as Dylan? Oh, fantastic, Mickey. I'm glad that we spurned that. Mickey and us, and for the most part, share very similar philosophies. So it's not going to give you winners every. You're not going to win every day, but you have to be realistic with the probabilities. You're probably going to win 55% of your bets.
Dylan Toddfield, what would you, if the Saints were to trade Drew Brees to the Steelers, what would you want back in compensation?
Richard, I also agree, and I'm not a guy who likes trading first-round picks. Well, I've been waiting 9 years to go below 500, Dylan, so I'll probably be waiting another 9 years. How about that? And not only that, Dylan, I have to pick, Big Ryan and I have to pick these lines on Monday night, and we still are higher than you. What about you? You know my picks before I even do them, or before you have to make yours. You have all the advantage, still beating you. Check the scoreboard. And I don't know if you saw Richard, his name's up there too. So how about that? Check the scoreboard. And next, we will have a lot of bets going on when you turn 18, Dylan. Don't you worry. There won't be a street corner on Tampa Bay where there won't be a street corner in Florida where they won't know your name. Here, I'm Uncle Frank.
Thanks, Uncle. You'd want James Conner, Minka Fitzpatrick, TJ Watt, and Ryan Shazier. That last one's tough. Todd feels feisty because he's first. He's tied for first this week. He's at the peak of his powers, week 17. Yeah, Richard. 17 and under, you get timeouts still. Top 5 quarterback is worth 10 first rounders. Oh. I was trying to figure out what just sick meant. But now I know exactly what you're talking about. That was a big play. Michael Kendricks got hurt on that play too. Oh my goodness. San Fran's fullback just got like a 40-yard reception. Yeah, thank you. Dylan has been on a 3-week tear. Dylan, what's your record been the last 3 weeks? I'm too lazy to do the math right now. Huge play. San Fran's got some momentum after that. And the Seattle crowd, like I can only hear off Fat Guy speak headphones, but I can hear the Seattle crowd going crazy. The Steelers, I'd say, have played impressively, considering all the offensive pieces that they lost this year. Just a case of all the wrong things happening. I'm proud of them. Yeah, we were talking about Coach of the Year earlier, and Tomlin's definitely a guy who's in the running. Him, Flores, those are the two guys. Not so much Tomlin, more Flores for me. He's closed a 15-game gap in 3 weeks. That's impressive. The Steelers will make the playoffs with Big Ben back. Maybe. I don't know if... Who knows if Roethlisberger is ever going to be able to come back and be the same. Half Moon finally gets on the board. Yeah, that's true. I think he did well week 1. LOL, I know you just lost respect for me earlier in the season. I was doing bad, but I'm back now. I don't think anyone lost respect for you, Dylan. You've just been on Fuego the last few weeks. It's tough to go purely off results. Was that Deebo Samuel again with that catch? Yeah, it was. Very, very good after the catch. I liked, I don't know if it was last game, but the last few weeks, they've been using him as a running back at times too. I believe Deebo Samuel, wasn't he the guy? He's the receiver that they had that played running back in college for a year. They've got Mostert in, goal line package. And Seattle gets a stop on first down. I remember when I was making comments here, in fact, I would never buy it. Yeah, that was Deebo. Broncos are going to be good next year. The Broncos finished off very, very strong, Milo. No worries about the typos, Dylan. Tomlin is magic, and the Steelers have a way of finding good players out of nowhere. They draft tough players. They draft a certain type of player, and it works out. It's been a nice formula for them. Mostert's going to walk in here. Yeah, Case Keenum might not get signed. Keenum makes a nice backup, but I don't think he's going to get any. I don't think he's going to be starting anywhere. The Steelers just draft tough players. You always want to build your team through the draft. You hate that Blake Bortles is sitting on the bench? Well, he should have played better in Jacksonville. He had one of the best defenses with his time there, and he didn't take advantage of it. San Fran goes for 2, and it looks like they failed. Kendrick Bourne got pushed back on the goal line. Bortles or Keenum, both those guys deserve to be on teams. They just don't deserve starting spots. This is the tough part, Dylan, is that there's going to be 7 or 8 guys that are going to get drafted next year, quarterback-wise, that are going to push those guys out of the league. Kaepernick's not going to be back. He's just not good enough. Watching these college games and getting to see some of these top quarterbacks, like these guys coming into the league are going to be good players. Like a team like Miami doesn't want Case Keenum. That doesn't do anything for them. The Cincinnati Bengals don't want Case Keenum. They're going to draft some of these young players and they're going to get their chances. Big Ding Nick, what do you think Jacksonville does next year, quarterback-wise?
I'd hard to not start Gardner Minshew considering the discrepancy in salary.
Yeah. Trevor Lawrence is the next Andrew Luck. I love Trevor Lawrence. And Tua, if he's healthy, you would take Colin over Bridgewater. Colin who?
Colin Kaepernick? Get
That's real. Not even close.
That's not even a little bit close, buddy.
Milo said Brady should have retired last year, go out on top. I could see him winning another Super Bowl. He missed quite a bit of good stuff. I'll just fire through everything. Dylan said he hates that, or Dylan Toddfield asked, where does Case Keenum go next year?
Probably right where he is.
And then we started talking about Blake Bortles.
Blake Bortles landed where he should have. I agree. Mickey Hill, great comment. Too much backup noise. I agree. For anybody, not a QB, anybody.
San Fran went for 2 and got stopped.
Oh, they got a touchdown? Who scored?
Mostert on second down, second and goal. And then how about Big Dick Nick?
Tough. Very tough.
Dylan said he'd take Colin Kaepernick over Bridgewater. Glock loves Trevor Lawrence. Dylan asked, why do you guys hate him? I think he's decent, talking about Kaepernick. Teddy was pretty good.
I don't know. I don't find Kaepernick to be a strong player, and I think what he did was a ridiculous stunt to keep his salary. I mean, he was going to get cut because he was getting paid $16 million to be a backup to Blaine Gabbert. Then he does this kneeling thing, and now he cares about police brutality. I mean, whatever. Social justice, whatever. Not my type of thing. I feel
Dylan-
like we live in a pretty good time. But whatever, maybe I'm wrong.
Dylan Clark said there's a lot of college quarterbacks with hype right now, but some of them will be burnouts like always. If I had to guess, I'd say Tua will be more like Mariota.
It could, especially after the injury.
His injury is going to be tough to come back from and play.
Yeah.
I don't think he will start over Locke, though, fat guys. I hope Colin Kaepernick comes back to prove you guys wrong. Dylan Clark said Todd Field, he doesn't want to play football. Dylan Todd Field, what is stopping him from coming back? Mickey Hill said, I don't know how good Tua will be in the league either. Glock said he likes Cap. That's deeper than that. Richard Evans said Cap and AB should start their own team to see who can try to gain the most publicity for their antics. Kaepernick would be the best backup right now over Bridgewater and Brissett.
Kaepernick also got a contract off from the Seahawks, too, so I don't know what he wanted starters money. Ridiculous.
Glock thinks Tua is going to be a stud.
He could be. If they really want to play in the XFL and prove yourself there then. Or the CFL. CFL would take him in a heartbeat. Heartbeat. He doesn't actually want to play.
Untouchable J took Seattle money line right now at plus 580.
Ooh, thanks, buddy. You didn't have to do that. Want to take this guy? I swallowed that. Holy. I tend to agree with Dylan Clark. I could be completely wrong, but that's just what I garnered from it. I think sports and politics should be separate. That's my opinion on it. I'm a bit more rooted in this type of argument. Big Rye couldn't care less about any of that stuff. He just zones it out. Oh, excuse me. One more day and this cold will be gone, I swear. Nick Bosa is supposed to cover Jacob Hollister. What are they doing? January 3rd, Richard. I think I sent him an email. So that'll be it. I packed on a few during Christmas time, but that's pretty natural. I didn't drink much. I did eat, though. Holy, did I eat.
Is that Sam?
Yeah, no, Richard's asking about the weight bet I have with Sam.
Okay.
We upped it to $1,000, Richard. I'd prefer to even do more now. I'm pretty motivated. Go a little higher if possible.
Two of the best fleet of receivers and offensive line. Dylan Clark said no. Joe Burrow. When did the weight loss map begin? Joe Burrow behind Bengals O-line. No, sir. Lesnar, you think the Bengals won't take him? What do you think about the Saints
I think
line?
it's a weakness, Dylan, but I got to say, Demario Davis is fantastic. Padding your stats? Absolutely, Mickey. Absolutely. I've done this type of weight loss twice. One very extreme, but my body can't take it anymore. My joints aren't as strong as they used to be, so I got to be a little bit more cautious. I don't want to hurt myself because that'll put me out longer, and that tends to happen at this age.
Yeah, the Seahawks have the best trio in the league for linebackers.
I would say that that's fair.
They're one of the only teams that actually plays all three linebackers over 50% of the time.
Yes.
Glock Lesnar, though, no, they will, Dylan Clark, but he won't succeed to his fullest potential. I actually think whatever rookie quarterback gets to play with the Bengals has a pretty good chance to make it with Zach Taylor as the head coach.
I don't disagree. Try keto and intermittent fasting. Keto, I don't think I'm going to be able to do. Like that's just not. It's out of my wheelhouse. IF though isn't that bad. Last time I did, I didn't do IF. I did 7 small meals a day, and realistically, it's just about keeping your calorie count down. Oh yeah, I'm not opposed to yoga either. So
after we make the video, the fat guy turns me into pretzel for 2 hours. Does that count as yoga?
Yeah, I lost 120 in 9 months once. I put it back on, but I did do it. So, but that was a little harder on my body. So yeah, there's gonna be some yoga going on for sure.
MVP pick this year is Lamar Jackson. Glock disagrees. Mike Brown is still the Bengals.
He's not wrong about
owner.
that. Second worst owner in the NFL, I would say, behind Dan Snyder, but I think Lamar is probably the fairest pick, Dylan. I got to be real. I think there's case for Russell Wilson as well, especially if they finish capping off a comeback to this game.
Fat guy, what was your best Christmas gift?
Best Christmas gift? That's a good question. That's a very good question. I don't know. I got a phone, but like I knew I was getting that. I can't think of one. Oh, I got a pasta maker. Oh, I'm jazzed about the pasta maker and a new kitchen knife. I cook a lot, so I'm jazzed about that. The pasta maker is going to be fun. I got to bolt that onto my kitchen, so we'll see.
Dylan Clark's comment got filtered, but he said, of course not, because it's the damn Bungles. We know how that ends.
YouTube?
I don't know. YouTube filters some stuff. We don't have any filters on. That's just like a YouTube thing.
What do you think? Do you think because he said damn? That's so
I don't know.
Hokey. No one knows what YouTube's up to. I'm not a big fan of Susan Wojcicki. Doesn't exactly play by the rules. Only the one she makes up as she goes. Jazzed, yes, that's a word I use. It's in my lexicon.
A lot of people were complaining about getting timeouts for 3 minutes or 500 seconds. The same thing.
I'm not even gonna give you a response. You look like Ness with that hat on.
Ness
Get a
is,
tiny baseball bat there, pal.
Ness is pretty cool.
According to you, he was my original character in Smash Brothers. Oh. So you could finish with a home run. I like it, Richard. Yes, absolutely, Richard. Change can happen, except to the Browns and the Lions.
Oh.
Okay, Dylan.
Yeah, that one got filtered out on both then. I find that sometimes it gets filtered out on depending on which chat I'm looking at.
Cheers. Absolutely, Dylan. Cheers to last season, regular season game. What's the last game we'll live stream? Probably the NFC Championship. Super Bowl, we won't be doing anything, guys. We'll have our own things going on, unfortunately. But, yeah, we will be here most of the playoffs. We'll try to do most of the playoff games. What a throw by Wilson. What a touch pass. How do you do that? Oh, that play was incredible. Right, a guy right in his face, and he throws a rainbow. Show that pass again. Come on.
Cheers to those drinking beers.
Oh, big rye. Nick Bosa bringing out the belly jersey.
I thought that was Ezekiel Elliott playing defensive end.
Oh, maybe we should solicit you guys. I got something interesting that do you guys know the game NBA Jam? Assuming you guys do. I assumed everyone would type yes, but then no one did. Now I just look like an idiot, which is funny though. The announcer from NBA Jam, you can pay him to give you like a custom podcast intro, and we're gonna do it. So I figured that if we're gonna come up with something, try and find something interesting to use as an intro.
Well, I've got a couple things already that
You should bring them up. This is the right forum to do so.
Well, we have To Be Perfectly Honest.
Never heard of it. NBA Jam, the video game.
5-star game.
I want to use one of his. I want to go through his catalog of like funny sayings. Those are the two. Those are two big ones. Jackson, I agree. At the moment, Dylan Clark. Jimmy Ward a first round pick? I think he is.
I believe so. On 2nd and 8, Wilson hits Metcalf on a slant, or more of like a post route.
It certainly does, Dylan. Wow, that was so close, Metcalf. They're really picking on Witherspoon here.
They gave him a first down. Who would you take in a cage match, Fat Guy or Judge Judy? I'll take Fat Guy. I work in a bank. ATM usually has a different meaning. That's very true. Oh, he overthrows him. You don't usually see...
Judge Judith Scheindlin? I don't know. She is like 75, though.
You know, Judge, she's like 4'5". I wouldn't mind seeing her and Danny DeVito go at it, though.
Yeah, that makes sense. In a sexual context, I'm hoping.
Yeah, I don't want to see them fight.
Yeah. Sign me up for that. Never mind.
We were my wife and I were watching a show, and
You're who?
my wife.
Yeah.
And someone came on the screen. I said, "That's Danny DeVito's daughter." She said, "No, it isn't. How do you know?" And then they showed her a second time, and it's like they look exactly the same. They do. First and goal, Marshawn Lynch flexing into the end zone.
Beast mode.
He's got to teach these guys what the celebration is. Some of these younger guys are just happy to be playing with him. It really seems like that.
Malcolm Butler's on Tennessee, Dylan. That was a good jump, though.
Five-point game. Judge Judy or Judge Wapner? I'd have to see Judge Wapner.
I'd have to see Judge Wapner. Yeah. Yeah. You're live. You haven't won yet. Oh, this Judge Wapner, this guy's a hunk. People's Court, right on.
I'll take Judge Wapner.
Well, he's dead, so it's gonna be tough for him to get up and get going. He
Who was
died
it?
at 97. Yikes.
Time for Wapner. I'm guessing that was the show before Judge Judy.
Well, I think the People's Court became what's the name? The decent looking one. Judge, I can't remember her name.
Untouchable Jay said, "Remember Seattle plus 500." Did you guys agree? Yeah, Mike Thomas does look like.
I think you
21
showed me
Savage.
once. I don't really know 21 Savage is. I think he's a rapper. Have you not seen
They look
Rail
exactly
Man?
the same.
No, I have not.
Marshawn Lynch is a legend, especially if they win. Dr. Phil or Dr. Oz? I'll take Dr. Phil in a fight.
Yeah, in a fight. I can't stand either of them though.
I like both those guys. They're good guys. They're helping people out. They're
No,
definitely
they
not
aren't.
take.
No,
They're
they
definitely
aren't.
not taking advantage of anybody.
Yeah, they aren't doing that at all.
Who do you think does more harm, Dr. Phil, Dr. Oz, or Bill Nye the Science Guy?
Sorry, what?
Who do you think does more damage, Dr. Phil,
Bill Nye,
Dr.
because
Oz?
he's not actually a scientist.
There you go.
Bill Nye is a character.
I don't know if
it's
Dr.
complete
Phil and
BS.
Dr. Oz are doctors.
I think Dr. Oz is the only one that's genuine. I'm not 100% sure, but
Todd Field's in Florida.
I don't think Dr. Phil is an actual psychiatrist though either. Phil McGraw, right? Yeah.
Of course, I'm an excellent driver. Is that from Railman? It's got to be a line from Railman.
Oh, he has a MA in experimental psychology in '76 and a PhD degree in clinical psychology. All right, there you go. He does. He's a doctorate, so I mean, lack of license to practice. McGraw no longer holds. Oh, he doesn't have a license to practice anymore, but he did. Also, he practiced without a license multiple times. Dr. Phil, very interesting.
There we go. Skittles on the field. Dylan, that picture you sent us, I don't know if that, I don't think that's virgin stuff there.
Yeah, Bill Nye the Science Guy was an engineer. That does the most damage. Him talking about politics with absolutely no background. Yeah, he has a degree in mechanical engineering. What does that have to do with any of the stuff he talks about? Complete bogus. Oh, Rain Man, yeah. What a run by Mostert.
He looked like he got shot out of a cannon there.
Can you not put that up? I saw it once.
Sometimes once isn't enough.
I made it through the wilderness. You really had to put that out in there?
Yeah. That's after Dylan Toddfield said he was a virgin. He only had a boy give him head in 8th grade.
We really have to talk about this on stream.
Why? It's his life.
I'll take Jerry. Jerry Springer's hilarious. Oh, here we go. Big play to Kittle. Plowing in 14 yards. Stays on his feet. Oh, dude. Jerry Springer, didn't he run for mayor of Cincinnati and he won? And he got caught with prostitutes because he was writing them checks. So funny.
Dylan Clark's asking what you wanted to talk about.
What do you want to talk about, fat guy? Oh, I was just saying that. Actually, which one I was saying in particular? I don't know. I've talked about lots of stuff here. I'm losing my mind too. Who's hurt? Is that Kendricks?
Michael
Yeah.
Kendricks got hurt earlier.
I thought he was supposed to go to jail, Michael Kendricks.
He was supposed to, but he's still playing.
Yeah, for fraud, stock fraud. Pitch here. Oh man, what a violent hit! Shaquille Griffin.
Kittle better than Skittles.
Yeah, I agree.
Dylan Toddfield said Kelce is the best tight end.
I don't know if that's true.
Untouchable Jay wants to hold them to a field goal.
Deebo Samuel again. Clutch, it feels like.
Glock said that.
Nice play by Deebo, man. Deebo's a big guy too, eh?
Yeah. He's strong.
Nice to name your kid after a Tony Tiny Lister character.
Gronk's number one all-time tight end.
Tight end, yes. Gronk is, absolutely. Belichick would say Mark Bavaro, though. He would. Deebo Samuel's barbecuing Griff, yeah. Well, that was one play, but that was unbelievable. Deebo Samuel's been pretty clutch this year.
He's made some big plays. Second half, there hasn't been an incompletion from either quarterback.
Yeah, Deebo from Friday. Tony Tiny Lister. He looks like a scary guy, but he's super nice. Ditka. Mickey Hill's got a point. Mike Ditka. The old drunk. Big play, 1st and 10.
Mostert.
What
touchdown.
a run. Mostert has looked so fleet of foot. Has he not? Just incredible. He's a dancer. Oh, Richard Evans votes for Tony Gonzalez. All right, there's some parity here in the chat room. I'm going with Gronk for me. But this play, it was just... Oh, 74 did a great job blocking.
San Fran back up to a 12-point game. Untouchable Jay is guessing that Philly's going to meet San Francisco. Trust the process. Pete Carroll looks like a politician because he's old. Mostert just said D's nuts. The ironic part of all this is that Dylan changed his pick right before kickoff.
Yeah, and so did Mickey.
Yeah.
So Mickey is going to be tied now, yeah?
Yeah. Going in the playoffs.
Assuming this holds. Mickey's done well with the 49ers against Dylan. No, we didn't get Mickey to change. We asked him. You emailed us. You're the only one who gets the privilege of that. You get to email us, and we change your pick. This isn't the first time, Dylan. So we offered the same courtesy to Mickey Hill, who is a very valued viewer.
If Vikings play at New Orleans, I think the line's going to be Saints -7.
I think it'll be less. I think it'll be 6. It'll be 6. 6 for me. Well, Dylan, he said yes. Dylan, what do you think the line's going to be, a 10? 11? Get real.
Oh, you think 6.5?
Oh, he thinks it's less. Okay, good. Dylan with some reasonable aspects. I think it'll be 6. 6 is my guess. If Niners win, Seahawks, Eagles. Yeah, that's good for the Seahawks. I mean, assuming they'd much rather not have to.
Just a terrible kick from San Fran. I don't know what happened there.
Vikings will be a tough out. I think so too, Mickey. What a play that was. If Saints beat the Vikings, who do they play? It depends. Can't go that far into it, Dylan.
Yeah, assuming they're the 3 seed, they play the 2 seed, which would be the Packers.
Oh, I guess that's right. Seahawks coming back looking different, looking difficult to pull off here. Anything's possible, though. Kevin Garnett starring in Uncut Gems with Adam Sandler. Oh.
Garnett was in the movie?
He plays himself, but he's like a character version of himself. It's actually pretty interesting.
I don't even know what a character version of Kevin Garnett would look like. Garnett's pretty off the wall.
He's even more so in the movie.
I don't know if it's that much of a hammed up version, to be honest.
They wanted someone else. Oh, they wanted Kobe Bryant, but for the role because they needed a basketball player. It's about a stone that's. I can't even get into it. Kevin Garnett believes this stone is the reason for his success in basketball during the Sixers series. It's pretty good though. It's interesting. It's about gambling too, and reckless gambling. Let's put it that way. Oh, he didn't fall for that 57. Nice play. Should have hit him harder, Greenland.
Greenlaw.
Greenlaw. I thought it was Greenland. I like it. Saints do have to win first, Glock. Nothing's free in this world. They do, Dylan. They do. Who's got the receiver at the bottom? Look at 14. Metcalf was wide open. Metcalf had his hands up. What are you doing? I'll bet anyone too. You're 17. I don't know if you're good for it. Clemson QB Trevor Lawrence looks like handsome Squidward with long hair. Honestly, I joined the Coast Guard, but I miss you guys in all honesty. Hey, man, do what gives you the least regret. I always say that. Military isn't really a thing in Canada. Like, just not. We have you guys. There you go. Glock's got a good question for you.
I gotta look up handsome Squidward, but Trevor Lawrence does have like a very interesting look.
He looks like that girl. Oh, it's from SpongeBob SquarePants?
Yeah.
I could see that. Hold on, that makes sense.
He looks like you know who he honestly looks like? He looks like if Heath Ledger had a kid with Hal Bianco.
That was an oddly region-specific joke, Big Rye.
That's
think
for you.
Yeah, I know.
If I go to the Coast Guard,
He always wanted a piece of my business. Hal Bianco. I don't think Lawrence has a big enough ass chin though, but yeah, you're not wrong there.
Richard said if he's gonna go, don't do it half-assed. If he says he goes to the Coast Guard, he wouldn't have a chance to get a 69. But there's so many benefits. He would get paid more because of his degree.
Dude, I wouldn't be putting your future on you getting 69% in this contest, Dylan.
No, he's telling you.
Oh, you're telling me.
Sometimes you just gotta
Glock,
believe.
he says that in our contest, which is the leaderboard is up just in there. He says that this is the week 17, but overall he says he'll get better than 69% for the yearly leaderboard. What a hit. This is the most I recall Russell Wilson getting hit in a game. It's got to be 5 now. They're not big ones, but he had to get down low, Collingsworth.
I'm surprised he wasn't able to find a receiver open after stepping through into stepping up into the pocket. What a play! Touchdown Seahawks. So there's 3:36 left. They're down 6 points, barring an extra point.
Who, Dylan? Dylan's going to win if Seattle somehow wins. There you go, Richard Evans. I'll buy you a pizza a week for a year if you get 70% for the year. That's pretty, yeah. Yeah, the chances of that happening are so minimal. I don't even know. Leave our heel alone, Glock. We only get them so often, all right? So who's in lead here? San Francisco -3, 45, closest to without going over. Half Moons, Tony needs one more point, and it would tip in his favor. Tony 2930, and so Jeezy is the most likely to win this.
Mickey, what'd you get your OU at?
He took the over?
He took the under. I just don't know what the price was.
Hey, we'd be okay with that, Dylan. You're more than welcome to.
Dylan would have to email me picks every week if he gets in the service.
We were willing to put that effort in.
The OU was 47. So it's a push right now. Seattle still has all 3 timeouts. 1st and 10 for San Fran from their own 21-yard line. Three-yard game for Mostert. It's going to be 2nd and 7. Seattle decides not to take a timeout. Dylan Clark says, "You don't get anything, dude. It's voluntary slavery."
You're more than welcome to, Dylan. It's your life. Oh, here we go. Reverse to Samuel. Wow, nice tackle.
Really good job by Shaquille Griffin. Flag on the play, too. This could be really big either way. Biggest positive is if it's against San Fran, it stops the clock for Seattle. It's much more likely to be on San Fran. Oh, a huge penalty against San Fran. It's going to be a 15-yard penalty on Ben Garland. They're going to accept this, I'm guessing. It's going to be, 2nd and 23? 2nd and 22. Clock stopped.
Oh, that's bad. That's a bad call. Oh, yeah, I guess. Maybe not.
Oh, it's 3rd and 17. So it was after the whistle? Either way, it stopped the clock.
Seattle's got a shot here. Dylan Tonfield will win with a Seattle cover.
Drops it off to Mostert. And he is just shy.
My.
Seattle takes their timeout. 2:34 left. San Fran is most likely going to punt here. It would be pretty damn ballsy to go for it. If I'm not able to participate here, I might not do it. I enjoy this. You get to video chat every once in a while, but not in boot camp. Yes, but you guys mean a lot to me. I'm sure Mickey can say the same. Chicks dig a guy in uniform. I might have to thank you guys for giving Mickey the Niners. He. WTF
We
is
offered.
that?
All we do is offer.
Until they go on deployment, then it's game on. Even if they get field goal, they cover, and with 3 timeouts, they may be able to afford to punt. Go for it. Depends on how quickly they strike. Seattle's not going to be kicking any field goals.
No, you're getting a cover. You aren't on that.
Fair caught at the 27.
All right, Dylan. I'm just making sure.
The ball's in Russell Wilson's hands to win this game.
Time, Dylan. There just isn't time. They got time for one drive.
Yeah, Dylan Toddfield. They're still more likely to score a touchdown than they are to kick a field goal, recover an onside kick, and then get in field position to kick another field goal. And then on top of that, it's the chance to make each field goal. Let's dump
Go
off
out of bounds, you
Homer.
goof.
There's plenty of time.
Still.
Time's not really their enemy right now. It's scoring. They're not going to get this play off.
They did. What a catch. Metcalf, what a catch.
So that's going to be the 2-minute warning. Seattle's in a really good position here to win this game. Yeah, the onside kick is, you're looking at like less than 10% chance. It's very unlikely.
Unless you're Atlanta.
Yeah. Unless you're Young Ho Koo.
Young Wei Koo.
Him too.
He went 5 for 5 for field goals for the...
You love it when they speak too soon. They still have to do this, Dylan. You got to watch when you speak too soon too.
Happens from time to time.
Mickey Hill going with the reverse jinx, saying Russ will win. I know, but still no business speaking too soon. But that's ironic because you're speaking too soon about them speaking too soon.
Why do you guys sound like you're Yoda?
Dylan, if they win, it was all luck at this point.
You can say that about anything.
Russell Wilson's a beast. Obviously, best player all time.
Jesus.
And it has nothing to do with luck. He's torching this D now.
Stream frozen? I don't think so, is it?
No, everything looks good. Peanut M&Ms are the best. It's hard to argue that. Peanut M&Ms are excellent. I know how to settle the map. Ravens, Seahawks in the Super Bowl, Lamar versus Russ. Yeah, I don't think a lot of people would be upset by that. Of the current playoff teams, who would you like to see in the Super Bowl? The Titans, for me.
Titans, yeah.
I like to see the Bills in the Super Bowl.
Same here, and Chiefs. Those would be my 3.
Yeah, I'd like to see the Chiefs too.
Yeah.
On the NFC,
Tough, eh?
I'd have to look at the list of teams again. I think honestly in the NFC, I'd like to see the Packers.
Let me take a look here. Who I would. I like the ones you sent in the AFC. I'll take another look at this.
I'd like to see the Vikings.
Vikings. NFC, that would be my favorite.
Vikings, Packers, I'd like to see.
I don't mind the Saints either. Vikings head and shoulders above the rest, though.
I wouldn't be upset if the 49ers made it either.
What, you're supposed to get everything right, Dylan? What a play, Travis Homer.
Dylan Toffield, Saints, Ravens. Saints have best run defense, so I'd like to see what Lamar does. I think the Titans could make it to the Super Bowl. Cousins sucks in prime time. Imagine how he would play in the Super Bowl. To think I'd pick the Colts early in the season, it's tough. I picked the Colts before the season started, but I thought Luck would stay. Toddfield, did you ever play football? You guys should want the Saints, though, because Breeze got robbed twice. Yes, in middle school. Why not blitz basketball in high school?
Unbelievable.
Oh,
Go out of bounds. Nice job. Wow. I don't know. Screen's a rare call here in this stage in the game, Dylan, I think. I kind of agree with Mickey on a blitz there. It's hard to pull off a good screen here, unless you're the Chiefs.
I think with Wilson, he can kind of deal with either or. You're kind of stuck right now. You just got to do something bizarre that...
They're getting to use Metcalf's physicality.
Yeah.
What a ball.
Look at this. He pushed, I don't know what corner that was, but he got an extra 7 or 8 yards off that. Just pushing him. Just being bigger and stronger. Well, they started at their own 27. Now they're at San Francisco's 23.
Now I'm almost worried they're going to score too quickly. They could have done a run play there.
Well, if they score on a bomb right here, then yes, but still time to go. I had the Niners 3 in power rankings, but I might have to put Seahawks there if they sweep the Niners. Even though I think a healthy Niners team is better than a healthy Seahawks team, Metcalf might be a good fantasy option next year.
He was reasonable this year, too, in some spots.
An interesting play there. He gets it off to Lockett, and Lockett picks up the first down. This is a perfect scenario for Seattle.
Yeah.
I would actually prefer they ran the ball in this next play.
Yeah, I agree.
Pete Carroll is saying to stay calm, but he's chewing that gum faster than I've ever seen him chew it.
Bobble from Wilson.
Excellent play on the ball by 41.
What a thrilling end to 2 games. The other one went to overtime. This one will not be going to overtime.
Dylan thinks a healthy Niners team is better than a healthy Seahawks team.
Look at the comeback on 41. Wow, he made up a lot of ground really fast because he was beat.
He threw that away. Still almost a catch from Hollister. The pressure got to Wilson there.
Oh, absolutely. And Jason, not a question. It's the game or not the game.
They still got 2 plays.
They don't even have to get the touchdown.
Oh,
Not a time by
hate-
Seattle. I hope not. And it is. Thrilling end to a thrilling season. 26-21, San Fran over Seattle. 46 seconds left. Seattle driving in the red zone. Very, very interesting. Blitz. I agree, Mickey. Here's a good. What do you think that Seattle's chances of winning it are?
right now,
Yeah.
40%.
I was going to say 40, 42.
They're bringing 5. Oh, and Metcalf stopped on his route.
4th and 10. It's a miscommunication, Dylan. That was lack of experience from DK Metcalf.
So 4th and 10.
I'm not having me a tiebreaker. Which one is it? Which one are you?
Detroit.
I know, but I think he changed his name though for the 11. Oh, he's 9-6. He's not going to get there. As it stands, Half Moon's pick is going to win.
San Fran takes a timeout as the drama builds.
No, Dylan, but it's a little high considering if you over, you lose. You know what I mean?
If Seattle scores a touchdown, doesn't Dylan win?
Yeah. Dylan wins with a Seattle touchdown. Yeah, there is Zaps. We were planning on doing today, but I don't think the information's available for us to make a suitable pick video. We're going to look around, but I really don't think so.
They bring 4 and a spy. First down for...
They got to get to the line.
This is the best case scenario for Seattle. Don't spike it. Please do not spike it. Oh my goodness. I guess they
I don't know. Why don't you want to run?
Well, honestly, they don't want to run the ball because the clock keeps going. And then you have to get up and spike it again.
But I just don't think the other team's ready for that kind of thing either.
It looks like George Fant is hurt. They're not going to get a playoff here.
What an insanely idiotic thing.
Losing that timeout is a big deal now, too.
Wow. This reminds me of a certain game.
Yeah, with was it these two teams?
Yeah.
With Michael Crabtree scoring
Yeah.
on
No,
fourth down.
no, Michael Trout got intercepted.
Was it?
It was tipped by Richard Sherman
I
to
think
Bobby Wagner.
I think we're thinking of different games.
One play. This is it.
Oh my god, this has been an absolute debacle on the goal line for Seattle.
If they didn't take that timeout, that one.
Well, also Wilson could have just had a quarterback sneak and scored a touchdown. Also, that was I don't know how that wasn't flagged. They're in man.
Is he going to run it in? I have no idea.
I'm pretty sure that was incomplete. Did they call a touchdown?
I have no idea what this is. This is insane. What? It's this. How do you even get games like this? Oh, it's not even close, man.
It looked like Hollister got stopped short.
What a hit. Big hit. Greenlaw. Greenlaw. That's San Francisco wins. He kind of twists at the end there, though.
Well, I'm trying to see where he actually touches down.
I have no idea what's going to happen. I don't. What a finish the last game in the regular season.
Yeah.
This is insane.
He's down there, and the ball is
Yeah. He's short.
the
He's
ball
short.
is like 2 inches short.
He's short. What a hit by Greenlaw, though.
That was an unreal hit. I just don't know how Hollister managed to like tweak his body almost into the end zone. We're going to get to see what this call is, though. We've seen crazier things happen.
Oh, the 49ers would take, oh my goodness. They could take a safety and ruin a spread bet for a bunch of people.
Yeah, that's true. How much time's left?
9 seconds. Of course they take a safety. This is going to be a push for everybody. I got 2.5. Let's go.
Wilson said grab the ball.
They get a drop kick, though? They get a kick from the spot. I can't remember. There's a rule where they can attempt something. Do not take a safety. Yeah.
I got a feeling they're taking a safety.
It's of course what you do. Kind of like how Sam Cook did in the Super Bowl with Baltimore. Exact same scenario.
I don't know. I could see them trying to run it out. Or just do that.
That's game. I would never have thought that.
San Fran wins and covers and locks up the number 1 seed in the NFC.
Unbelievable finish to the year. Half Moon Picks wins this week.
The score finished at 47.
What's that?
So Mickey got a push
On his bet?
Yeah,
What, he had 4?
I think he said 47.
Oh.
Yeah, he's laughing. Dylan got robbed of a t-shirt.
Oh, now you can just say miss PI, Dylan. You could do that over and over again.
Feeling pretty good knowing that you were really wrong. There's nothing you can say, Glock, since they clearly went over pass interference.
You can just do that forever.
Yeah, the Niners had a little ref help there. Mickey got the push. It obviously was. I won in reality.
Reality? No, you didn't. But you didn't.
It's actually the opposite of what you said.
Yeah. Not that anyone's counting.
There's almost always at least one call that goes against the losing team.
Or the winning.
Seahawks take a penalty when at the 1 yard line, probably. Missed pass interference call. Seahawks decide to imitate the Titans. It's a good point, Detroit. Then review every play, Dylan. Hawks lost because of stupid coaching. I'll agree. That was very, very poorly handled at the end.
Yeah. Oh, Dylan, you can do this forever. That way you can just justify anything in your life. You know?
Well, it's even like at the end there, the difference between the quarterback sneak for Garoppolo. If Wilson walks up to the line and does that when there's complete chaos, this game's done. Seattle's won. But say la vie, that's life. The
Probably tomorrow, Richard, because I don't think we have enough information to make a complete video like we'd like to.
Have a good night, Dylan Clark.
Yeah, have a good night.
Yeah, it doesn't look like any lines are out quite yet.
Yeah, this is gonna be tough for us to. We're not gonna be able to do it. Big Rye was ready to roll with it today. I wanted to wait a little bit, but I guess I'm getting my wish. He is right. It's gonna hurt us with the viewers outside of you guys.
Public betting. Go to Sharp Report. Just to the right of public betting. And then you can go to the wild card weekend.
Oh, yeah.
But I checked earlier, they didn't have anything up. Well, we're not making a video, but let's stick around for a few minutes and just talk about these games with
Yes, we can do that.
So how does this all line up now?
Okay. It's not updated.
The week 17 winner is going to be Half Moon's picks, 11-5, tied with Tony 29-30, GZ07, and James Doe, all 11-5. And then for the overall leaderboard, that didn't look updated to me. There we go.
It can, Mickey, but the problem is you get a lot less views because the way the YouTube suggestion works. Like, I'd love to do one later on. I would love to, but it doesn't work as far as getting views. That's how you guys found us, is we were first movers, right? So it's unfortunate because I don't like doing the videos on Sunday night. I really don't. I like this Monday night schedule. I thought was pretty good. I don't know how you feel, Big Rye.
Well, ideally, we could do a daily video and just talk about what's happened.
Yes.
In the market, what's happening, because our picks don't stay the same either. Bets that we make compared to picks that we make,
They change sometimes, yeah.
they change. So the more time that we can dedicate to this, the more content we can put out. But the main reason we had success, Mickey, to start out with, is that we were just the first to get our videos out. So when we do them, like if we put out a video right now, anybody looking at wildcard weekend stuff is going to find our stuff. By tomorrow, there's going to be 20 people doing what we do. So then people split up their views between all the different videos. Yeah, for playoffs are pretty easy to project. That's why I'm kind of just wanting to look over these games and
well, we've been doing it for a while, so we're pretty close usually. I have a good gut for that kind of thing. Well, the lines aren't even out, Dylan, and I want to wait till the market happens a little bit. So probably tomorrow, Dylan, to be honest.
You got the schedule or the teams that are going to play who?
Yeah, I can grab that for you real quick. So it will be Patriots or Titans at Patriots. And then it'll be Bills at Texans.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on. Big Rye will be back in just a moment. Yeah, we were weird. And weird, and you definitely like weird. Hold on. What's the other one here? I'll fill in for him. I'll just switch over to Big Rye's cam real quick. I almost knocked over the green screen. I might be too loud now. See if I can see my computer from here. Ugh. So Niners at 13 or Saints. So it's Vikings at Saints. I don't know what he's trying to do here, but he's doing something. Once he starts with spreadsheets, it never ends.
Yeah, I got it. Seattle at Philly is going to be a really good game.
Yeah.
Let's what do you think this game's going to be?
Tennessee at Minnesota. New England -4. And then Big Rise fast with spreadsheets, if you couldn't already tell.
Houston.
Houston 3.5.
I think the same. Minnesota. You got 6.
Yeah, I'm gonna say 6.
Seattle.
Seattle will be 1-point favorites.
I think 1.5.
You think I want to have dogs?
Yeah.
There we go.
And then, where do you think the public's going to lie in Tennessee, New England?
Ooh, I think it's going to be 62-38 Tennessee.
So you think most people are going to be on?
Correct.
And Buffalo, Houston?
I think it'd be 57-43 Houston. So 43 on Buffalo.
Minnesota?
Minnesota. 41-59.
Seattle?
I'm gonna say 63 for Seattle. 37. Yeah, that's my guess. Multiplying by 100. There you go. That works. You gotta do the same now, pal.
For percentages?
Yeah, why not? It's me versus you, apparently. Here we go. We're prognosticating, guys, live. From the gut.
Tennessee, New England.
0.39.
Minnesota's going to be
0.34. Wow.
so I think
just select all, put percentage. Done. So that's what this is. We made a little projection here on what we think is going to happen.
If these were the lines, who do you like? Tennessee, New England,
I like New England.
Buffalo, Houston,
I like Buffalo.
Minnesota, New Orleans,
Minnesota.
Seattle, Philly.
Philadelphia. I think you're the same. Unless you're the only one I could see flipping is Tennessee.
Yeah, that Tennessee line, we might be just way off on this Tennessee line.
Why, you think it could be like 6.5?
No, the other way. Like I could see it being 2.5. I think it's crazy, but that's just how much the public dislikes New England.
I
right
think
now
that
and
I
loves
think the book
Tennessee.
will take exposure for New England. Sorry guys, we went in our own little world here, but this is what we do, you know. Big Rise putting it to the test. Seahawks will blow out the Eagles 57-0. I don't think it'll be that bad. I actually don't mind the Eagles to win that game.
Yeah, I missed all. I haven't seen any of these comments so far, guys. I appreciate that, Mickey. Talking about how we're weird. They're the best for sure. I also like the channel that had the Cowboys and Bears fans. They are cool dudes. The Sports Fury. This is the only one with this format I watch. I like Philly. Hawks -1. The AFC seeds I have no problem with. Ravens should be 1 and Chiefs should be 2. For the NFC, Saints should be 1 and Ravens should be 2. Niners. Between the Niners getting lucky against the Saints, the Lions robbed against the Packers, and the missed PI and delay a game costing the Hawks the game, the seeding would have been a lot different. Also forgot that the Chiefs would have likely beat Packers with Mahomes. So not really looking forward to the divisional game of Packers-Saints, even in Lambeau. Niners have more yards and fewer plays than Saints. Hardly call that lucky. More yards and fewer plays, but that's taking Cook out of the game after one quarter after he racked up 2 touchdowns. The NFC Championship game will be good. And Dylan's excited that they added Janoris Jenkins. Can't wait for the Pats to be first-round exits. Seahawks will blow at the Eagles 57-0. Finally playing in the wild card and having to go on the road. I wouldn't say blowout. The Eagles could win, but the Seahawks should win by 13. Too many injuries for Eagles. Vikings get another miracle, 34-27. The Eagles healthily would have the best receiving core. Dylan Toddfield said you have the Vikings winning one, guy. Titans beat Patriots 23-20. What are your guesses about the total?
We could do that.
The OU.
We could
Bills
toss the OU.
Bills beat Texans 27-23. Was so close. Eagles, Vikings, Titans, Texans.
You want to throw the OU in? Why not? Do fat guy OU and you do yours.
Okay.
Jeez. Oh, you got all right. I'm gonna go with 43.5. Buffalo, Houston. I'm gonna go with 45.5. I'm gonna go with 48. 47.5. Those are all off the gut. There's no definites in sports betting, Dylan. None. Wow, you went low on all of them, eh?
Yep.
Yeah.
We don't know what we're doing with these OUs. We're just throwing them on there.
Well, all of these were throwing numbers at it. I don't know, Dylan. I don't mind Philly. Doesn't mean they're going to win, but I don't mind them in this spot. Because if the line comes out that way, there's a reason the book put it out there, not just to get killed on people betting on Seattle. Those are the projections. We're projection. You can hold us to it because this will be saved in YouTube history. Let's call it.
Yep. The lines will be out sometime soon. Like they're probably going to be trickling out anytime now or early tomorrow morning. I can keep checking. There's some action. They at least have Tennessee, New England posted, but they don't have any lines yet. Well, there's some. There were some lines. They got Houston at 3, so we're half point off at Houston. They have Patriots as 4.5 point favorites, which Fat Guy's half a point off. I'm on.
He's right on.
I think those were the only two games that.
So Big Rye got them both right. That's pretty good.
Well,
on FanDuel, look.
We were both half point off.
No, on FanDuel, he just said Zaps.
Well, if that's the case, I think there's good value on Tennessee.
I like New England.
The Houston-Buffalo game is a little bit tougher. I'll take Buffalo because of that half point.
I'll take Buffalo as well.
You got Seahawks over Niners and in Niners Stadium. Yeah, if Niners play at home, I wonder what that line would be.
Sorry, say it again?
If the Niners play the Seahawks at home, what the line would be.
The Niners -3. It's standard.
You think so?
Yeah. How could it not be?
Well, they just played in Seattle and we're 3.5 point favorites.
Yeah. I guess it's different circumstances. Maybe Niners 3.5. Yeah. But they bit like 3.5. 5? Niners 3.5. I'm sticking Niners 3.5 juice on the Niners. That's what I want.
Yeah, I think it's higher. We just saw 3.5 in Seattle.
Should I jump? Vikes are 7? That just came out. Is Big Riot perfect? Did he go perfect? How do you beat me? This is my game. This is my town.
Sure.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Yeah, I like how we checked everywhere, but where we can actually make a bet. Like, Pinnacle's usually pretty late, though. Oh, the NFL's grayed out. Man, sucks.
Bad day.
Yeah, because of this.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's annoying. Pretty good lines there, Big Rye. Not bad.
Well, that's what they've opened at.
Yeah,
We're gonna see where it
actually.
settles.
That's what I thought the closing line was. You didn't ask that question.
Whatever.
We'll be back.
Yeah, you can't bet. Where's futures? What's the juice on the Vikings +7, Glock? Zaps, does anybody have a Seattle Philly line? Yeah. Okay. The ELO rating for Seattle at Philly is Philly minus 5.5. So that's way different than the probability of what the actual spread is. So if you're a believer in that, there's a lot of value in betting Philly. There's slight value on betting New Orleans. There's slight value on betting Houston. And there's slight value on betting New England, according to 538. Yeah, Dylan, thanks for you. We appreciate you stopping by and making it fun for all of us. Sometimes this stuff can get too serious, and we don't want it to be too serious. It's a fun thing to do. Yeah, I believe Philly's going to win too. Sorry if I sound biased at times. I know by the way Fat Guy reacts that he thinks I make excuses to back up my team, but I'm really not a bad sport. If they went off a bad call or BS, I would be the first to admit it. Well, it's sports. Each team has 70 plays in a game, and there's going to be good things that happen and bad things that happen. But Seattle lost. They made mistakes at the end of the game, and San Fran made mistakes at the end of the game. It just didn't cost them. Just know I have common courtesy and good etiquette. This is coming from a guy who sent a picture of him eating a pizza and a dildo in a bathtub shirtless earlier today, just so you know, Dylan. I'm not an a-hole, even though I seem like it on the comment section of the pick videos. It's pure comedy genius. Yeah, you definitely did have to get some extra flavor on that. Hopefully, you're talking about the pizza. Mickey's right. Dylan is a comedy genius. It goes Norm Macdonald, Dylan Todfield, Janine Garoppolo. You wish McGregor would fight Habib again. The did you see? Did you watch Fedor Emelianenko fight? This spreadsheet's it. Uh, Before I jump into that, did you see? Did you see Fedor fight Quinton Jackson last night? Fat Quinton Jackson. That was something. Zit, this was the fat guy and I did some projections on what we thought the line was going to be, and then we did projections on who we think the public's going to be on, and then we did projections on the over under, and then on the left hand side is the actual line. Mickey said if I beat him head to head after the playoffs are said and done, we are flying out to you guys and having a Super Bowl watch party. Yeah, Fedor got a knockout in about a minute 30. Rampage just looked terrible. Yeah, Seattle versus Philly is a pick'em, according to the fat guy. Fedor is awesome. I was really excited to watch him fight. It wasn't much of a fight. Yeah, it's two pretty even teams, and like Mickey said, the stats don't lie. It's been no home field advantage this year. Bet percentages OUs are unknown. I can't find any. There's no lines out yet other than stuff that's been just trickling out. I'm actually surprised some of these places don't have lines out yet, but just got to wait and see. Is it you like Seattle as a pick'em? Dylan, you like Seattle as well? So the odds say that the Saints are 4 points better than the Vikings. I like it. Seattle is underperforming with what their record represents. The Vikings are a good team, Dylan. It's true. The Saints would probably be 7-point favorites at home to all three of those teams: Minnesota, Seattle, and Philly. Maybe a little less to Seattle, maybe 6. But the Saints are going to get a lot of respect, especially playing at home. Yeah, I don't disagree with anything you said, Dylan. Yeah, it's 7.5. You'll go with Vikings. At 7, you don't like it. What would the line have to be, Mickey, for you to take the Saints? Three, yeah. Yeah. It doesn't look like we're going to do a video tonight. We're probably going to wait till tomorrow. We just don't have enough data to do one tonight. The book I use doesn't even have lines out. And even like Action Network, Sports Insights, they don't have anything out. Yeah, Monday's better. Yeah, Zid. I just looked at 538 stuff. Philly 5.5 point favorite. Saints are 8.5. Patriots are 5.5. And then the other one was what was Houston again?
That was a good one. I feel like Ace Ventura going to Ronald Kemp's house. Philly is a 5.5 point favorite. What?
No, according to 538. Like using their ELO.
Is Philly's a 5.5 point favorite?
Yeah.
I don't buy that at all.
Saints 8.5, Patriots 5.5, and I think the Houston was 4.5 or 5.5 too. Glock Lesnar and OG Glock plus that one dude I relied to in the comment section last week, and that one CS guy that got mad at me. Well, Dylan, you're polarizing. People are going to be either really with you or really against you.
That's fair to say.
FanDuel only has the Pats and Texans lines up.
Dub G got
those are starting to come up.
Dub G got the Bills already.
Nice.
3.5.
Awesome. That's better than the 3 that's listed here. From FanDuel.
FanDuel is a little weird though.
Yeah, anything that's got lines that are out right now is going to be a little bit...
It's skeptical.
Yeah. Early.
Early, yeah. That's a better way of putting it.
The times are coming out as well. So it looks like Saturday is going to start off with Tennessee, New England. No. Buffalo, Houston's going to be the first game, the afternoon midday game time slot on Saturday. And then Saturday night's going to be Tennessee, New England. Then Minnesota, New Orleans on Sunday early. And then Seattle, Philly Sunday afternoon or midday.
Vikes plus 7.5 on Bet Online. That sounds like a great price to me.
Jim Foster saying what we were all saying during the stream. Is Pete Carroll a retard around the goal line consistently or what?
It's rough language, but yes.
Home field advantage is a little bit strange because there wasn't any home field advantage this year.
Yeah, statistically it didn't resemble it, yeah.
Mickey says it's hard to calculate, but small sample size plus superior teams have home field advantage. Jim Foster's saying beast mode would have won it for sure. The problem was beast mode wasn't on the field. The clock was running.
You just do without him.
They had 22 seconds left. I would have preferred to see a sneak because either you get in or you don't. The clock keeps running, and then you can run some sort of slant on the next play. Stop the clock with 7 seconds left, and you still have 3rd and 4th down on the 1. But it's way easier to say it now than when it's actually happening. Glock says that Vikings plus 7.5 on Bet Online, but the juice is minus 115. Mickey Hill and Zidvono said they like the Vikings at 7.5. Jim Foster, a slant like the Super Bowl, right? And he's laughing. It's right. It's
no, that just it's one play, man. He had yet to throw an interception in I think Russell Wilson all year. I don't know how many attempts, but in that area. And it happened. It happens. It happens. It was a great play by Malcolm Butler. Defenses are capable of doing that.
The tricky part is where I'm starting to struggle is that you can do all this work and get all this data, and stuff like home field advantage hasn't been worth jack all this year. But how much do you actually put that into your projections and what you're doing right now? Just because it's happened all year this year, does that mean that that's going to be happening in the playoffs?
Correct.
Did something happen where home field advantage just disappeared from every other season to now? Or is it just an anomaly that road teams have done well this year? Like Mickey said, a player made a play. Niners are going to get bounced first round. Mark my words. They're a mirage. That's what Carroll gets. Run the ball. Super Bowl will be Chiefs versus Saints.
Chips.
I only use 2 points for medium home field advantage now. That's a pretty big change, Mickey.
That is a very big change.
But you're kind of splitting the difference.
Ooh, Jason Garrett hasn't been fired yet. Interesting.
Well, they usually call it Black Monday. Teams will wait till
Yeah.
tomorrow. Sleep on it.
Not Kitchens. He didn't even make it home
Well, I think that was a special circumstance.
because he was so bad.
I don't think the Browns are as traditional as other teams when it comes to making
a way of putting
personnel
it?
decisions. Wild card is this weekend, Dylan. Did you think Seattle was going to take the safety at the end for a much or loss with the hook? It would have been a lot nicer to get the push. Especially I got it at 3.5 last second. Would have been nice to take that win, but didn't work out. Mickey said home field advantage has been trending down the last few years and crashed this year.
Could have a resurgence though.
Yeah.
Travel's a lot easier for a lot of teams. I feel like Pittsburgh plays at home every game.
Yeah, their fans do travel very well. Teams are just more even now, so home field advantage doesn't come into play as much. That's an interesting thought.
Well, it shouldn't be that.
I don't know. That is pretty interesting.
But I mean, it shouldn't. Like you're still. I don't know if two even teams play it. It's. I don't know. The data backs up home field advantage for eons, right? You can. I think traveling is the only thing that's a little bit. 80% of games are one possession. I don't think it's that close, but I think it's less than that. But a lot of games are a lot closer. Yeah, I'll say that. We like dogs, and it seems to work. So
Is Jerry gonna keep the clap?
I don't think so.
It's probably like 20% chance.
Yeah, no, I don't think. I think it's 0. I think he's gone. Can't do another year of that. They've already been interviewing coaches.
Giants fans are freaking out because they think Giants are hiring Mike McCarthy.
Well, Shermer hasn't been fired yet, so it's possible.
At first glance, best plays Tennessee, don't you think? Seems a bit obvious though. Fat Guy likes the Pats. I like Tennessee. It just depends the line. I like them at 4.5.
Yeah, I think Tennessee seems obvious. That's exactly what I think.
I just don't know how much people are going to go off of just this week versus the entire history of, the last 10 years of Tennessee compared to New England.
Zaps, my friend's line just saw his book just had Seattle -1 now. So, me and Big Rye, I guess, are both right.
Yeah. Well, right now it's just all over the place. Like, I think Houston whitewashed Buffalo. Whitewashes Buffalo. Takes them to the cleaners.
Maybe. I don't think Buffalo. I think Buffalo's a good team.
I think Buffalo's a good team too. But Watson's a pretty special player.
Yeah.
There's a lot of variance with Watson playing quarterback.
Yeah, those wimpy receivers. I kind of like the toughness of Buffalo's D, but I mean we're anchoring.
Mickey's hoping that the line will get bet down to New England -2.5, and then he'll take New England.
I'm planning on taking New England when it comes down.
I think having anything between 3 and 4 is good value.
I think losing to Miami at home is a good thing for New England. I want to see New England's future too. We'll see how that all shakes up too.
Yeah. Jim Foster said, I just cannot see Philly advancing on a team full of backups and scrubs. Can you?
Yes, I can.
Yeah.
Yes, I can.
A lot of it's coaching, Jim. If they have guys that can fill
That's what Seattle is.
in every year.
Every year, Seattle has young guys that haven't done anything in the league, and they're able. Look, Metcalf is having a great year.
Yeah.
Jacob Hollister. We don't even know George Fant was playing tackle today. I mean,
that hurt them a little bit today.
Yeah,
but Russell Wilson's such a special player; he can get around it.
On defense, they have nobodies all the time. Next man up. So I mean, it's doable. They can do it. I think Philly's more than capable as well. At running back, they're playing Travis Homer.
Yeah, Travis Homer played really well in the 2-minute drill as a third down back.
He did.
He was very, very successful for them.
He did. I find like it's called the Ewing effect when a good player goes out and a backup comes in the overcompensation. It's a Harala Bob.
Ewing theory coined by Bill Simmons, actually.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, Harala Bob named his simulator. Oh, so Bill Simmons came up with the theory then?
Yeah.
Or he just named it.
He might have just named it. I'm not sure which guy, but both those guys are pretty close knit.
So SF play the winner of Mini and NO. Well, SF's a 1 seed.
They'll play whoever's the lowest winning team.
Yeah,
so
who knows?
Minnesota, Seattle, then Philly, then New Orleans. Well, technically they can't play New Orleans, so they're going to play either Minnesota, Seattle, or Philly.
I don't want any more of Seattle. You know that. I don't know. I don't think. Honestly, I don't think teams care that much. To be honest. If that's the price, Dylan, sure. I don't think it's ridiculous, Dylan. I'm with Mickey on this one. I don't mind them at 3, to be honest. Oh, gun to my head. I'll just take the 2 1 seeds then, Jim. Then I'll just go Baltimore, Baltimore, San Francisco. But that's lame, Mickey. I don't know how to help you on that. What was I gonna say? Remember, Dylan, about the 1 seed? You were bothering Big Rye that they wouldn't have the 1 seed, San Francisco. Well, they do now.
Well, they were just most likely.
Oh, so lame, Mickey. I don't understand YouTube at all. Anti-free speech. Yeah, but I mean, they're the most likely though, Jim. You know what I mean? That's a gun to my head. I don't have like feelings one way or another about teams. I don't really get like that. I used to.
Well, statistically, the 1 seeds are most likely to make it, but for the odds that both 1 seeds are going to make it, they're still less likely than every other team.
Like a 1 seed in the field is more likely than a 1 seed and a 1 seed, if that makes any sense. I mean, SF has a better roster. No. Big Rye said that they would probably be the 1 seed, and he was right. That's all I'm saying. I don't think about that kind of stuff, Dylan. Like, yeah, so and so team's a better roster, but I mean, it's. I don't like the handicapping aspect of it as much because I feel that we as humans have very poor judgment. I want to try and take that judgment out of my hands. I like KC Niners. Yeah, that's totally reasonable too. I like I think here. Look, is what Minnesota. Look, a good example. Minnesota is what 8% worse than New Orleans, maybe 12 at the most. Saints have to play an extra game too, Dylan. That's one more extra point of getting a bounce from the playoffs. Big Rise bringing up our playoff matrix that we made a few years ago. He did some very, very nice work coding.
This isn't the right stuff. Oh, here we go.
Yeah. That's a way of looking. It's a. I would call it an optimistic fan. It's not like I'm hating on the Saints. I just like if the Saints were a 1 seed, Dylan, then I would think they had a better chance of winning a Super Bowl. It's just as simple as that. Play one less game, one less chance of getting eliminated. I think there's going to be value on Minnesota and Buffalo as far as Super Bowl bets. Tennessee's starting to look like a hot team, though. That's the other thing. I like Tennessee, though. Don't get me wrong. Like Mickey got a great price. Rams and Pats were 1 seeds last year. Yes, they were, Jim. As far as I can recall. Nope. No. Pats were. No, Rams were a 2. They had to go to.
A 1 seed, it looks like.
What's that?
Never mind.
No, Rams had to go to New Orleans, remember? So they were a 2. And Pats were at. No, Pats winning Kansas City. Yeah, Pats were a 2. They were both 2. They were both 2, Jim. Sorry, it was my fledgling memory. Not if they're not a 1 seed, Dylan. It's important. Adds a whole bunch more win probability. Yeah. Yeah. What Mickey Hill just said. Yeah, because then you multiply 0.6 times 0.5 times 0.45. 6 times 5 is 0.3, or 0.3 times 0.45 is what? 12 and 13.5% to make the Super Bowl. Extra game is a killer. Exactly what he just said. Exactly what he just said. That's what a lot of what our playoff matrix does, and Big Rise is inputting some numbers into it right now. Extra game is a killer. Your probability goes down big time. Yeah, I feel it. I don't like going on feelings though, Jim. It's good to be a sports fan, but I've just been for years trying to get rid of any emotional reaction I have to something. Because I like how the Titans play. Like that's my style. Like aesthetically, watching the Titans is pleasing to me. I like power run. I like clock management. I like watching the Colts play when they're doing well. Wild card teams to win 4 games. Yes, they do. 4 in a row. It's hard. Oh, interesting. All right. Making the Super Bowl, they say the Saints have a 24% chance. So this should equal to 200%. I don't know if it does. 66-25. 4, 5, 6, 9, 15, 20. I'll just drop this. I want to see if their math even makes sense. I'm sure it does, but
It's gonna be super messy, but
yeah, their math does work. They say the Saints are 24% to make the Super Bowl. I think that's unreasonable. Oh, I agree, Jim. It's not impossibly both. I'm not even a handicapper anymore, really, Jim. I'm a market player, to be honest.
here's our odds right
I like
now,
math.
based off of just where they've finished record-wise and where they're starting the playoffs. But this is the chance that teams win the Super Bowl.
Wow, FanDuel is hilarious.
I don't know how that looks for you guys.
It doesn't look that bad. It's a little hard to see. Hold on. You gotta zoom in a bit. Yeah, I think I always argue, Jim, that's anchoring. Because you can find any reason to bet on or against any team. I just prefer I guess hard math to put it. You know what I mean? Those numbers are video game stats, maybe. These are really crude numbers. What Big Rye did. So,
What's that compared to what they've got?
Let's see here.
So they have Baltimore at 46%. We have them at 36%. Next up is Kansas City at 14%. We've got them at
9.
just under 10. San Fran 13%. We've got them at 23%. So we have a lot more value on San Fran.
There you go, which makes sense. They're the 1 seed. New Orleans at 11. We have it at 6.81. This is just like very crude numbers, but I don't disagree with some of this stuff. I think Buffalo, Tennessee, and Houston are a lot closer to Baltimore. What he's doing is he used their actual wins to tier them, what Big Rye did. Whereas I think that someone like Tennessee and Buffalo, Tennessee underran expectation a little bit, whereas Baltimore overran it, so it's somewhere closer to. That's how I would look at it.
Well, easiest game
yes, Dylan, you can.
The easiest game the Titans are going to have against New England, which is crazy.
Yeah, I think they can beat Kansas City. They can run on all those teams. I mean,
they can. Is it likely? No. But they can.
They can. They can beat anybody. Any team can beat anybody, really.
But if you saw Tennessee at 300-1, you'd be excited.
Yeah, they are, Jim, but they're also don't forget the probability is a little bit different, right? So, and to be honest, that's pretty much what it is. I will argue that Baltimore overran expectations, so you can bring them down a little bit, and you can bring everyone just a little bit closer to the median. That would be my argument, right? Because tiering a top team in the top tier doesn't necessarily ring true, obviously. If you like Tennessee, bet them early. Exactly. If you like New England, bet them late. What about I'm not old enough? Yeah, well, you will be, Dylan. And believe me, we're doing you a big favor. You're learning a lot before you even jump in the game.
Dylan, just to give you perspective, the strength between San Fran and New Orleans is exactly the same. But if New Orleans gets to play at home with the 1 seed, they're a 23% chance to win the Super Bowl instead of a 6.
I'll tell you what, Dylan. I'll make you a big prop bet next year that you won't beat me. A big one. We'll handle it then. Hey, if there's more novice action on Patriots, Jim, then I'll take the Titans all day. I don't, because it's about the number to me, Jim. Nothing to do with the teams. I mean, if I get Titans plus 7, I'm doing backflips. Saints on the road against Niners should be favorites. I don't think so. Chiefs money line is 185. Against who? Oh, Titans money line. Yeah, okay. What do you want to bet? We'll wait till we get there, Dylan. It's a long ways away. You already made a bet on the Saints. Yeah, Niners minus 3 makes sense. Should be fun, Dylan. We'll do it closer too. Yeah, I agree with Glock. They lost to on. Yeah, they're not be favored at a team they lost to at home on the road. I agree.
Nice. Jim got San Fran at the beginning of the year at 35-1.
There you go. Now we're talking value. I love that stuff.
That's tremendous value.
That's great. Nice work. Now we're talking value.
35-1 on something that's pretty much 4-1 right now.
Yeah, pretty much 4-1. What you could probably end up. You could probably figure out a way to take a guaranteed cash out.
Yeah. Even better, you get the bye first week with San Fran.
Yeah, because you can wait.
And then
take futures on the winners. You could do that.
Next week, they most likely will play Seattle or Philly. And then that line would be what? San Fran minus 5.5?
What, against who?
Seattle or Philly?
No, I don't think it's the same thing. I think they'd be bigger favorites against Philly than Seattle.
You can probably get them at like the underdog at plus 200. You could put 250 on that to just cover your cost.
You bet 250 at 35-1?
Well, you bet 250 at plus 200 for San Fran to lose.
Oh, I thought you said what he had.
No, and that would cover your...
Yeah. There's different ways of
be...
doing it. You could hedge it bigger, but...
Jim says Seattle will be 4-point underdogs. Philly would be 8-point underdogs for San Fran.
I think that's too big. Philly wouldn't be 8. I think Philly would be like 6-ish, 6.5. Dylan has a fleur-de-lis tattooed on his lower back.
What's that?
It's, Quebec. It's a French flower. He said, Mickey Hill says you have a target tattooed on your lower back. Don't worry, I got fleur-de-lis. I got it, Mickey. Don't worry. Saints logo, yes. Philly on the road? No way, man. Not 8-point dogs, Jim. I think it's too big. Now it's 7. See, there's a difference between 7 and 8. I think it's like 6.5. What about Brian is different, Dylan? Just asking for a friend. Yeah, maybe 7. I think it's lower than that, but we'll see. Oh, Brain. I thought you meant Brian. I was gonna ask. I didn't know you had a man in your life. Everyone's looking for Mr. Right, eh, Big Rye?
Hell yeah.
Just to finish with brother.
All right, I think the action's cooled down. I don't think we're gonna get lines, or any percentages to be able to do this video today. So
I know, Dylan. I was trolling you.
that's probably gonna be it for us tonight.
This is a good one, though. I had fun.
That game was awesome.
That game was maybe best of the year.
Yep, that game was very good.
What a good way to end the season. Thank you guys for all joining us, too, by the way. We've really enjoyed this year. I mean, obviously, this year's not over technically, and it won't be. This channel is going to go forever, I'm hoping. But as far as regular season, this is a good way to end it off.
Jim Foster, we're in Vancouver, Canada.
Vancouver, Canada, British Columbia.
Just outside of Vancouver.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Niners Saints was game of the season according to Zaps.
Yeah, that's a good Zaps. I'm gonna have to agree. That's not bad. These are all good arguments, to be honest. He had a good second half of the season, Dylan.
Mickey's asking when we're going to be live streaming next.
Take a look at the schedule.
Saturday, 1:30 Pacific time is the first game.
I can do that game.
Can you do the Saturday night? Tennessee, New England, 5:15.
What's the date on that?
Saturday, the January 4th.
No, I gotta go to the Canucks game.
Oh, you are?
Yeah.
I got tickets too, but I was gonna not go so we can do the stream. Okay. The Minnesota, New Orleans is the next morning. Seattle, Philly afternoon.
Seattle, Philly. We'll do it during the day and at night.
Okay. So Buffalo, Houston for sure. Seattle, Philly for sure.
There you go.
The other two are in question. Josh Piper's right. Dolphins, Bengals was the game of the year. Fitz magic.
Yeah, that's a good one. I like Josh Piper. You know who called that? Big Rye did.
Hell yeah, brother. Have a good night, Mickey Hill. Have a good night, everybody.
All right, gentlemen.
Yeah, the Dolphins pass game was actually very pretty good. Them Nelk boys, I have no clue what that is.
I think that's oh yeah.
Rich Life, Last Real Pranksters.
No, they oh yeah, I know. They're Canadian.
Are they?
Yeah, they always get in trouble. I think they're from Ontario though. He's calling us the Nelk boys, so yeah, okay. We're not cool though, or pranksters, I guess. I don't know. Is that what people like to be called? Yeah, they are from Canada. Yeah, Ontario.
Well, appreciate it. Week 7 in Patriots Stadium. Josh Piper, 2 touchdowns, 2 2-point conversions with onside kick. Yeah, that's insane.
Yeah,
statistically unlikely.
Yes.
Oh, Dylan's daddies are saying goodnight. We'll catch you guys later. You guys all have a good night.
Next week. Enjoy your week. I believe it, Jim.